Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. As always late, but thank you for waiting, and I hope you had a fantastic day so far. And yeah, after being sick for some time, my voice wasn't that great. I think we can do log Q&As again. That's pretty awesome, I think. We had the watch party a while ago, but in the watch party I don't have to talk that much. So that kind of work. Hey, Witch King, nice to see you as well. Also the Bionicle fan and Silmarillion, Beligur, Dante Diavolo, welcome, and all the others who might lurk in the background. I was just in parallel releasing a video. I worked on the thumbnail for quite some time, so that's one of the reasons why I'm a bit late here. As always, but yeah, you know me by now. It's like always the same. But I really put in some work into the thumbnail. Maybe I still have to revisit it. But yeah, we made a mod showcase for Cyberpunk 2077 again. And there showed a mod called Atom Smasher Encounters, which is a very cool idea in my opinion. Maybe not a mod for everyone, to be fair, because it can be quite stressful, but still, I think the idea of the mod is pretty cool. So that is just went live on the games channel, and now we are here again, and also on Twitch if you prefer watching there. But yeah, welcome everybody. Let me just see. It's not that easy for me to get the production here right, because it's complicated. That's maybe the best word. Just so many channels to connect to and so on. Also, it seems like my Instagram account, it worked. Like, I don't have to I did not brick my Instagram account, which was good. So could figure out the problem. I think it was the first time I uploaded. No, it was not the first time I uploaded a video there, I think. Yeah, we also did some lore stuff. Did some of that in the past, if I remember correctly. But yeah, not that I'm very active on Instagram. Also, another thing that's new for some people who might use Spotify. The new channel we can also talk about in a moment. I also upload some stuff to Spotify, like the YouTube videos you already know. I thought it would be maybe interesting to upload Who is Elrond there, because you can upload it as audio only podcast, but you can also upload video podcasts there, which are basically YouTube videos or video essays and stuff like that. So in this regard, if you are interested in the Spotify fun stuff, if you use that platform, whatever, the option now exists. That's, I guess, how I should phrase it. I think I posted it on the Discord server. I will make a social media post. No, I think I also did the social media post everywhere. Yeah, I did. So we did those as well. Amy Action's also rating here to the German Twitch channel. But yeah, I can post it here into all the chats. See if it works. Hey, to switch to German for a moment. Der Trend geht im zweiten Raid. Danke Mega Action Hans für den Raid. Willkommen Raiders. Wir sind hier gerade im englischen Lore Q&A. Also ich würde wieder auf Englisch wechseln. Heißt euch aber herzlich willkommen. Welcome everybody from Mega Action Hans, who just raided me on the Twitch channel. So there's that. Yeah, currently just telling the people where to find my stuff. Hey, Revolverator, nice to see you as well. My first question, do the nobles of Dol Amros descend from the royal line of Numenor, and was that before the line of Silmarillion? And we can look into this in a moment. Good question, Crafty Spirit, welcome to you as well. And welcome Raiders. I hope you like Lord of the Rings, because that's what we will talk about a lot in the upcoming hours, I might say. And yeah, you can ask any question, advanced questions, like, I don't know if maybe you're not that deep into that, every question and everybody's welcome. The only thing you have to deal with is my English, but I guess we can live with that. Always complicated for the people if you stream to, I think, 3 different channels at the same time. Then it gets confusing. People think, who's he talking to? I try to get the YouTube chat. Should be the right one. That's the right one, I think. So you can at least, I have to move it around. I move it here to the right. We have some space here. You can see Aragorn there in the background from Fellowship of the Ring. Extended edition Cena, I think. Let me just get the German chat back. Be right back. Yeah, have a good one. Mega Action Hands. Have a good evening. Sleep well later. Enjoy the rest of the day. And thank you again for your raid. Much appreciated. That's also a good question. Where was Mega Action Hans when the Westfold fell? A good question, Balde. Can also give Balda moderation, right? He's my moderator from the German Twitch channel, so welcome. Yeah, so if you use Spotify, I also upload Who is Elrond there if you haven't seen it yet or want to listen to it over Spotify, I don't know, on the go or whatever, where you listen to a podcast or whatever. It will exist as podcast form. You can listen audio only or video with the same video as the all-in-one versions. Uploaded on YouTube. So if you're interested in that, I'll have to maybe splash you on save. Aragorn in the picture looks like just he's been told Eowyn bringing more soup. Oh no. So next question. We are still in the organize phase of talking, I think. So there was a question about the new channel. Yeah, the experiment channel. Currently, I'm not 100% confident what to do, to be honest. That is, yeah, a bit problematic. I was, like I said, I got the flu, was sick for some time, so I used the time to recover and did very little in regards of YouTube things. Now slowly starting with now the release of the first games video that I produced this year, I think. Did I produce another video this year? I think not. It's the first video I made. So it was like, yeah, my voice wasn't just not up to the task for quite some time. I also felt like, yeah, it was a tough, 2025 was really, especially the second half, really tough when it comes to work hours. I spent a lot of time making all these videos on all these channels. And as a result, I felt like, yeah, well, I need a little break there. That's why it was a bit silent here for the time being. Just was, I know, stream of the German channel, played a bit of Battlefield here and there, and Elden Ring and stuff. But yeah, the good stuff. And now I'm back, now thinking, what do we do? Like, I have to admit, the performance on the second lore channel wasn't as, like, the first video was really good. The other videos after that were so pretty mixed, to be fair. The voice was not the yellow from the egg, we say in German. Yeah, we might say that. No problem, this was a long question. We come to the actual lore questions in a moment. I always know, hey, he's talking half an hour about other stuff. But, sometimes that's needed. So, yeah, the other channel, I think I will maybe continue doing stuff there, like bring older videos there. Just have to maybe rework them. Also thought about re-editing some of the old videos, bring them up to the task, or bring them to a more polished version. The problem is always, because I can't monetize, like show ads on the other channel, it always feels a bit strange to work for, let's call it free for the most part, and just invest into the channel growth there. I'm not 100% sure if that's the play yet, to be honest. Like, YouTube is currently, for me especially in regards of Lord of the Rings content, very strange and hard to understand what is going on there exactly. Yeah, in the proportion to the subscribers, it definitely stuff has performed better. But yeah, I definitely should continue uploading there, I think, but for the most part, I kind of have to try to find out what kind of video I need to make currently on YouTube, that it kind of does both things, kind of satisfy my I don't know, my way of what I want to do in a video. Like, what do I want to tell people? What are topics and that might be interesting? Is it currently that shorter formats are more popular? It's really tough to say for me currently. It could also be, welcome Mark, nice to see you. It could also be that I don't know, the long videos didn't perform that well, and they were like a lot of work. So is it smarter to make, instead of one 60-minute video, a lot of very short, very focused, detailed videos on a very specific topic? Maybe that's something I want to try out in the future for the most part here on this channel, then on the old main channel, and then we see that we maybe move something over. I also thought about trying something like reviving the German lore channel, but I don't know. Life of Finrod Felagund, for example, but that is too unfocused again. Like, that's a long video. Like, you need, I guess, a more focused question that you look into and maybe have a deep dive into this particular question without covering the whole first age, if that makes sense. Well, not the whole, it's just like, I'm not sure, when did Finrod die? Spoiler. In, is it 300, 400, roundabout 350 years of the sun? Finrod Felagund. Let me just look it up. 465. It's something like that. Walder, no. I can't speak Plattdeutsch. A good video about all of the half-elven and their mysterious laws missing. Yeah, but it's a tough topic, half-elven lore, to be fair. And there are quite a few, which also big names. Like, we have Elrond. We have, like, maybe a video about the concept of being half-elven in Tolkien's universe might be interesting. But yeah, tough to tell. That's a good suggestion. Something like, I don't know. I work something out when it comes to the topics of the videos. But yeah, currently, yeah, you have seen the results. I hope you enjoyed. I know, like, even though the views on the complete video with all the Who is Elrond parts in it, the 10-hour 37 video, even though, yeah, the views were better than from the last parts I uploaded, the performance of the video was not that great, to be honest. Unfortunate as always, and you have no idea how much work it was to make this. Some of you might have an idea, but I don't know. It was a lot of work. And it's a bit unfortunate. Like, I know there was a time when I would have uploaded a video like this, it would have gotten 1 million views or something over time, for sure. But currently, it's not working. It might have to do with all the AI stuff. I already thought about making a video about this, but I don't want to start too much drama in this regard. But there are just some channels out there who pump out 30-minute videos every day with wrong lore information in them that are completely made by AI stuff. So that's not that great. Oh, the structure, cities and kingdoms he created. It's also a cool idea. Maybe I definitely make a post or something about the Spotify thing. I will make a YouTube community post. Maybe you can also post some lore video ideas there as well. Explosion, yeah, definitely. And I think that kind of hurts the channels who don't use AI a bit. It's a problem for quite some time, to be honest. So I'm not sure. But I'm very happy that you people are still here and support me. For the Galadriel question earlier, throwing herself between the two sides and rather shouts sound like fighting fiercely. I mean, hit by the rocks was. I have to read the question to get the context there. Hey, Otaku Senpai, nice to see you. Elves are immortal, yes. They are immortal, though they can be slain. And then they can come back, to be fair, but... And other lore channels have the same problem. Yeah, I know that there's currently a lot of stuff going on. Where was Gondor? That's a good question. There's a lot of questions in this direction today. Where was Gondor when the ice lob came? That's kind of the biggest question. So, yeah, in regard to further questions, we should start with the question of crafty spirit. Hey Fifi, nice to see you. Fifi Tricky Bell. I was still my favorite. Much appreciated. But yeah, it's definitely difficult. That's all I can say. It's also a bit frustrating in a thing because yeah, we're talking about channel performance, a lot of streams, and say, well, it's not that great, and it never really fully recovers in this regard. It's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, we will figure something out. To be fair, though, the games channel did relatively well considering its size, so that's, I think, good. As a channel, I've always thought the name might be confusing for the masses out there looking for Lore Rings coin. Perhaps Lore Rings based name would do better in attracting Lore Rings fans. I know, potentially, though. I don't know. I think I'm not sure if it's that big of an issue because I think on YouTube you search rarely for names. You search I assume mostly for topics. Like I want, like if you want to know more about Lord of the Rings, either you go to watch a lot of Lord of the Rings videos anyway. You go to your homepage of YouTube, and it just recommends you some stuff and look at something and say, "Yeah, that looks interesting." I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but I rarely look at the name of the channel. At some point I do, but not initially. And when you search for Lord of the Rings, you type in LOTR space law or Lord of the Rings law or something like that. That's a good point. But when you search for topics, the names that include your search words also pop up. Yeah, definitely that's potentially a good point. But on the other side, it did not. I'm not sure how much it helped the other lore channel I created, like the new one, the experimental one. That's TPH Lore. At least people might search for lore stuff. I think that's a very commonly used term in the community. So I don't know. But it's not the only reason. There were times where videos of mine got just easily 10 times the views that they currently have, or more than 10, maybe 100 times the views that my videos currently get. Sometimes even more than 100 times. And that was without changing the name or whatever. It's just unfortunate that it seems like it became so hard in this particular bubble to reach people who are interested in Tolkien. Like, it seems like my stuff is never recommended anymore these times, or not as much. Yeah, to be precise, when it comes to immortality of elves, it is that elves are like their existence is bound to the existence of the world itself, to Arda. As soon as Arda is gone, so the planet, so to say, then the elves might also be gone. It's not clear, like, of course, on paper their spirit, their fair, is immortal. And indestructible as a result, so they should be still there in some form, but they don't know exactly what the end of the world would mean for them, which is, in some text that Tolkien wrote, scary for the elves, actually. Okay, so back to the questions. So let's start with questions, I think. So the first question is, do the nobles of Dol Amroth, let me just see if we find an artwork for that really quick. Production will be difficult today, I can tell you that much already. I think Ted Naismith has an artwork of Dol Amroth. Dol Amroth is a city or realm of Gondor, and it's at the coast. You can see it, artwork by Ted Naismith. Shout out, links to his galleries in the description. Famous artist, Tolkien artist. Oh, I also, production-wise, people said I should show you the question on screen. Might be difficult question. I have to think here. This new line manually, and where is it? So yeah, no. Well, that kind of works, I guess. Something like that. So here's a question again. Do the nobles of Dol Amroth descend from the royal line of Numenor, and was that before the line of Silmarillion? The last part is definitely a tough question. There's also a lot of discussion about the Galadriel question, which we have to look in a moment. Yeah, what is also, like, for people who are wondering, where is this place? We have something called map time here. That's a good thing for map time, but Dol Amroth is here on the map. Like, if you think, we just move the stuff around. So here's Minas Tirith, the white city we know from the Lord of the Rings, and here's Minas Morgul, Mordor, and all the way down here is Dol Amroth. And there a noble line lives, and they have the title of princess. Interestingly, Faramir, after the events or the main events of Lord of the Rings, later also gets the title of prince. He is the prince of Ithilien, then, that is here, this area, after Mordor is defeated. So it seems to be a very specific title in the context of Gondor. It's not like the son of the king or anything. It's some kind of noble title, it seems. It's not never well explained what it means exactly. I think in the context of Faramir it might be there's some detail, but beyond that we don't know much about it. So the question, like I said, is not that easy. Do the nobles of Dol Amroth descend from the royal line of Numenor? I think they definitely descend from Numenor. The question is if from the royal line, and from what royal line? Let me just see. Which book might help us here? Usually try to find out. Try to find the quotes, so we're not talking or making anything up. Lord of Adrahi of Dol Amroth. Finduilas is the wife of Denethor. No, Lord of the Rings has not much information on this, interestingly, at least what I could find. So the next Since the people of Nimrod left the woodland of Lorien, it's not what I'm looking for. Elvish port. It's a bit complicated with this particular story because it feels like this Elvish strain story is very early on in the story of Dol Amroth, but maybe not. Yeah, exactly. We know he had Elvish ancestry. The question is how this looks exactly. Prince of Dol Amroth. First known settlers of Belfalas were Sindar refugees from late First Age. It is in Unfinished Tales, Kirion. It's in the Kirion chapter. Okay, I could have searched long for it. The first known prince is Galador, and he was the son of Imrazor and Mithrelas. Imrazor, the name sounds strange, but he is it's an Adonaic name. All in Unfinished Tales. Okay. Slowly trying to piece everything together. Not that easy. Descended from a mate of the elf woman Nifradil. I always thought that Mithrelas is the elf woman, and she's one of the was now the thing here keeps me busy, to be honest, chat. Nifredil, I think it's a small white flower. No, but like the first descendant should be Mithrelas. And from this line, Imrahil also is a descendant. So all I need to do now is find the chapter in key. Let's do it one step after another before we get completely lost. First of all, the Elvish strain is not part of the question, so that's not that important. Kirion. Okay, here we have this. The Lord of Dol Amroth had this title. It was given to his ancestors by Elendil, with whom they had kinship. They were a family of the faithful who had sailed from Numenor before the downfall and had settled in the land of Belfalas between the mouths of Ringlo and Gilrain, with a stronghold upon the high promontory of Dol Amroth, named after the last king of Lorien. Author's note. Elsewhere it is said that according to the tradition of the house of the first lord of Dol Amroth was Galador, the son of Imrazor, the Númenórean who dwelt in Belfalas, and the elven lady Mithrellas, one of the companions of Nimrodel. The note just cited seems to suggest that this family of the faithful settled in Belfalas with a stronghold in Dol Amroth before the downfall of Numenor, and if that is so, the two statements can only be reconciled on the supposition that the line of the princes and indeed the place of their dwelling went back more than 2,000 years before Galador's day, and that Galador was called the first lord of Dol Amroth because it was not until his time that Dol Amroth was so named. A further difficulty is the presence of an Adrahil of Dol Amroth, clearly an ancestor of Adrahil, the father of Imrahil, lord of Dol Amroth, at the time of the War of the Ring, as the commander of the forces of Gondor in the battle against the Wain Riders in the year 1944, but it may be supposed that this early Adrahil was not called of Dol Amroth at that time. While not impossible, these explanations, to save consistency, seem to me be less likely than two distinct and independent traditions of origins of Lord of Amroth. It's a complicated note here. It's note 39 in the Cirion and Eorl chapter in Unfinished Tales. So, what we learn here from this text is that the first Lords of Dol Amroth had this title. Let me see if I can find the time that was. Is this in a tomb? But what great men of old lies here? Have you not read the letter? Said Cirion. I have, said the prince. And therefore I wonder for the letters Lambe, Ando, Lambe. But there is no tomb for Elendil, nor has any man since his day dared to use that name. Nonetheless, this is his tomb, said Cirion. Now, then the Lord of Dol Amroth, chief of those in the company of Cirion, went towards the mount and saw lying on the grass before it, yet unmarred by weed and weather, a black stone. It's about the grave of Elendil, where they swore the oath that later is often between Rohan and Gondor. That's where the oath was sworn. So, and to the I have, said the prince here, and Tolkien has an author's note for prince. And then he says, the Lord of Dol Amroth had this title. It was given to his ancestors by Elendil, with whom they had kinship. And you see how complicated all this stuff here suddenly becomes. Because the dates don't really align perfectly in any shape or form. That's what makes it so complicated. So if we look into Imrazor, who is the one who married this elven woman, Mithrellas, lived Third Age 2950. So in the Third Age. The downfall of Numenor that we just read about in this note was in the Second Age. So, I don't know, over 2,000, more than 2,000 years. Now, let's say 2,000 years earlier. That's easier. And yeah, that is what makes all this stuff here so complicated. Also, we have a discussion, but maybe we can all join the discussion when we come to the question. Let's finish this one here first. So the question was, if I remember correctly, are they related to the royal line of Numenor? And since he's according to this text, with whom they had kinship, so the line or the princes of Dol Amroth had kinship with Elendil, according to these notes here. No problem. You can of course argue. It's just very hard to extract stuff that's related to the current question we're discussing, and the stuff it's not related. It makes it very difficult for me to read the chat. So we can look into that later. But yeah, so the question is, yes, he is related to Elendil, and Elendil is related to Silmarillion. And it was a question, I think. If we go to Silmarillion, that we also have an image of an artwork of Silmarillion. So Silmarillion was almost, I should say, Queen of Numenor, but shout out to Sara Morello. She made this artwork here. That's her imagination of Silmarillion, and she's daughter of the king. Her problem is that at her time, she's the oldest child of the king, Tar Elendil. The second age, 300. She was born 521. So a long time ago. And interestingly, at this time, the daughter or only the male heirs of the king would become the ruler of Numenor, not the female ones. This rule though was later changed, so she was ahead of her time, you could say. She I think the first ruling queen was Tar Ankalime, and she lived like, I don't know, 500 years later, something like that. It doesn't matter too much, but yeah, so Silmarillion did not become ruling queen of Numenor. Her, I think the youngest brother became. No, she had also, I think that's a sister, right? Yeah. He had she also had a younger sister and a younger brother, and the younger brother became Tar Mineldur, and he became king of Numenor, and from his line the Numenorian kings continue, but from the line of Silmarillion the lords of Andunia continue, and in the line of the lords of Andunia there is a dude named Amandil, and that's the father of Elendil. He's the last lord of the lords of Andunia, because Elendil only came into business basically after the end. Complicated family line, but it's always complicated with these family lines. What can I say? It's not easy. Such a question. Yeah, you can of course discuss the question. It's just, like I said, difficult for me to see what is related to this current question and what is not related. Don't worry too much about it. We come to the question in a moment, I think. Also, Murray, nice to see you. So the question, according to this, is yes, there is evidence. Let's phrase it this way: there is evidence that this is the case. The problem with this is the Lord of Dol Amros had this title, as a statement here in the text. It was given to his ancestors by Elendil. Elendil died at the end of the Second Age. The first person we know that has the title Prince of Amros is Galador. Galador Galador is the first one we know. He was the first prince of Dol Amros. We don't know, like Imrazor must then also be a prince of Dol Amros. And Imrazor's father, Adrahil, and so on. It's a bit complicated. That the first time the title shows up is with those guys, but not with Galador. It was a Gondorian nobleman. But in theory, he also has to be a prince of Dol Amros because the title. He was an ancestor of the line of the Prince of Dol Amros, as it's written here in the wiki. Like these information contradict each other a little bit. But it's often the case in these early work in progress texts here that Tolkien had in the background and thought back and forth about this. But it seems Tolkien's intention or thought at some point was that yes, the line is related to Elendil, and with Elendil it is also related to the line of Silmarillion. So, also from the official royal line of Numenorean kings. Yeah, also that's a problem as well, like that the title Prince, Dol Amros can only be called Dol Amros when Amros lived and drowned, which was also in the Third Age. So in the Second Age, they must have been called differently. So princes of whatever there was, Belfalas or something like that. I'm not sure. They were a family of the faithful who had sailed from Numenor before the downfall and had settled in the land Belfalas between the mouths of Ringlo and Gilrain, with a stronghold upon the high promontory of Dol Amros. Maybe they settled there and they were in Dol Amros, but it was not called Dol Amros yet. It's very difficult to kind of figure out. But this place must have existed according to this node, even in the Second Age. It just was not called Dol Amros yet. The name came later, and they were the princes of that. Otherwise, it makes no sense. But yeah, it seems like the question is, yes, they are related. And what was the other part of the question? I forgot again. Yeah, nobles of Amros descend from the royal line of Numenor? Yes. And was that before the line of Silmarillion? Not before, but they descended. It sounds like they got the title from Elendil later. But they definitely went there before the downfall of Numenor at some point. So it's not clear if they were related, but they were definitely related with Elendil and his line in some strange way. That is not exactly. And I can come up with is that young Minas Tirith convinced his aunt Tar Tilperian to send the fleet. So next, there was a long discussion about this particular question. It was tough question. So what is the next question in chat? Billigor, a question comes rather heated discussion I had a few weeks ago. Did Tolkien wrote any work explicitly Galadriel taking up arms and fight with sword, bow, anything? That's also a tough question. Did Tolkien wrote in any work explicitly Galadriel taking up arms and fights with sword, bow, anything? Okay, so it becomes now it's a complicated question to answer because it has to do with Galadriel. And the reason why Galadriel questions are always complicated is because Tolkien wrote 10 different versions of her role in the late First Age and in the Second Age. So we don't know exactly what she exactly did. I think there is no explicit statement in this context, but we can try to piece everything together. So, yeah, there are different versions. Galadriel was the daughter of Finarfin and sister of Finrod Felagund. She was welcome in Doriath because her mother Earwyn, daughter of Olwe, was Telerin and the niece of Thingol, and because the people of Finarfin had no part in the kinslaying of Alqualonde, and she became a friend of Melian. In this version, we have this fascinating statement. You could interpret the sentence that the people of Finarfin had no part in the kinslaying of Alqualonde, that she was not there. But yeah, that's the complicated part, I guess. Okay, yeah, we have to find the correct version. Where do we start reading? This desire of Galadriel's was, it seems, known to Manwë, and he had not forbidden her, but nor had she been given formal leave to depart. Pondering what she might do, Galadriel's sword turned to the ships of the Teleri, and she went for a while to dwell with her mother's kindred in Alqualonde. So her mother, there are three main clans of the elves, the Vanyar, the Noldor, and the Teleri. And Galadriel is half Noldor, half Teleri, and to some part, I guess, also Vanyar, but let's keep the Vanyar stuff out of it. She's a granddaughter of Finwë. As a result, I would count her towards the Noldor elves. But her mother was of the Teleri, so the other clan. As a result, she had good connections, relationships to both clans, so to say. There, the Teleri lived in a place where we can show this on the map really quick. We are now in the First Age, so there the world looks different. And we need to go to Aman, just noticed. So, how do I show you all the stuff? First age, well, so Alqualonde is somewhere here. This is the first age. There's still a big part in Middle-earth that's called Beleriand that later doesn't exist, but let's not go too deep into geography. And there's a west continent, Aman, and I also have a thing, Alqualonde, where it is, round about here. So if you zoom in, you see this. That's where Alqualonde is. There the Teleri live. Also on this island, Toleracer, there also live Teleri. And Galadriel went there. Kindred Alqualonde. There she met Celeborn. That is, this version is a very special one. But I think it's the one where she fights, if I remember correctly. There she met Celeborn. And that means that Celeborn is a Teleri and not a Sindar elf anymore, which is different in the Lord of the Rings and all the other versions, but Tolkien thought about this version here and wrote this weird version that contradicts a lot of other versions. Also other versions where things are different, but let's come here to we have to go with this version because it's only mentioning Alqualonde, I think. And thus, a close kinsman together planned to build a ship. Met Celeborn, who is here again a Telerine prince, the grandson of Olwe of Alqualonde, and thus her close kinsman. Together, they planned to build a ship and sail in the to Middle-earth, and they were about to seek leave from the Valar for the venture when Melkor fled from Valmar and, returning with Ungoliant, destroyed the light of the trees. That was at the very end of the years of the trees, as we can kind of think. So, in Fëanor's revolt that followed the darkening of Valinor, Galadriel had no part. Indeed, she with Celeborn fought heroically in defense of Alqualonde against the assault of the Noldor, and Celeborn's ship was saved from them. Galadriel, despairing now of Valinor and horrified by the violence and cruelty of Fëanor, set sail into the darkness without waiting for Manwë's leave, which would undoubtedly have been withheld in that hour, however legitimate her desire in itself. It was thus that she came under the ban set upon all departure, and Valinor was shut against her return. So we have the kinslaying mentioned here. That's all we know. There's, I think, let me just double check, there's no footnote here, if I see it correctly, that kind of detailed this a bit further. I think Ted Naismith also has an artwork of the first kinslaying that is described here. Here it is. There, what happened there is that, like, Morgoth killed the king of the Noldor. Then his oldest son Fëanor would have become a successor, and he was angry and said, "We shall go to Middle-earth and take and revenge the killing of my father, of our king." And for that he needed ships, and the Teleri were the only ones, or those with the most ships available, these sworn ships as we see them here, and they would say, "No, we won't want to give our ships to you. They're our ships." And then he said, "Well, if you don't give us your ships, then we just kill you and take them." And that's what he did. And that is the first time in Valinor that elves fought each other and killed each other, known as a kinslaying, because they were, of course, the elves are related. There are definitely connections, like the youngest son of Finwë, for example, married one of the Teleri, Eärwen, that's the mother of Galadriel. So Galadriel was also half Teleri, half Noldor, and so on and so forth. So it's in this regard, yeah, that's a detail I maybe should also mention. Fëanor's main intention, why he wanted to go to Middle-earth and fight Morgoth, was definitely also that Morgoth stole 3 of his masterpieces, or his masterpiece, which are 3 jewels or gems of tremendous power called the Silmarillion. And the Silmarillion, translated, means of the Silmarils. And it's about these gems in the First Age a lot. So it's also definitely, I guess, the biggest reason why he wants to go. And he wants the Silmarillion back. Avenge his father, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to the actual fighting here, there is, I think, only one text where she is mentioned fighting. There's also the Silmarillion version. I'm not sure if Galadriel is even mentioned there in this context. And the Silmarillion is a bit different. So Fëanor also tried to convince his fellow elf friends to go to Middle-earth with him. He needed people there. No oath she swore, but yes, Galadriel. Finrod was with Turgon, his friend, but Galadriel, the only woman of the Noldor to stand that day tall and valiant among the contending princes, was eager to be gone. No oath she swore, but the words of Fëanor concerning Middle-earth had kindled her heart, for she yearned to see the wide, unguarded lands and to rule there a realm of her own will. Of like mind with Galadriel was Fingon, Fingolfin's son, being moved also by Fëanor's words, though he loved him little. And with Fingon stood, as they ever did, Angrod and Aegnor, sons of Finarfin, little brothers of Galadriel. But these held their peace and spoke not against their fathers. At length, after long debate, Fëanor prevailed, and the greater part of the Noldor there assembled. He set aflame with a desire of new things and strange countries. Therefore, when Finarfin spoke yet again, for heat and delay, a great shout went up, "Nay, let us be gone." And straightway Fëanor and his sons began to prepare for the marching force. Little foresight could there be for those who dared to take so dark a road. And so it continues. Not sure if Galadriel is mentioned again here. No, she's not mentioned. She just comes along with them, and not that much details, I think, in this. I'm not sure, chat. Is there another version of these texts of the kinslaying of Alqualondë? Is there more? If there's another text that describes the kinslaying. Thus at last the Teleri were overcome, and a great part of their mariners that dwelt in Alqualondë were wickedly slain. For the Noldor were become fierce and desperate, and the Teleri had less strength and were armed for the most part but with slender bows. Then the Noldor drew away the white ships and manned their oars as best they might and rowed them north along the coast. Thereupon Fëanor left him and sat in the dark thought beyond the walls of Alqualondë until his host was assembled. When he judged that his strength was enough, he went to the haven of the swans and began to man the ships that were anchored there and to take them away by force. But the Teleri withstood him and cast many of the Noldor into the sea. Then swords were drawn, and a bitter fight was fought upon the ships and about the lamp-lit quays and piers of the havens, and even upon the great arch of its gate. Thrice the people of Fëanor were driven back, and many were slain upon their side, but the vanguard of the Noldor were succoured by Fingon, with the foremost of the host of Fingolfin, who coming up found a battle joined and their own kin falling, and rushed in before they knew rightly the cause of the quarrel. Some thought indeed that the Teleri had sought to waylay the march of the Noldor at the bidding of the Valar. And the brief mention in Nature of Middle-earth. Okay, that's the newest, not the newest book, but yeah, one of the newer books that came out with one of the last texts. Also, Tar Elenion, thanks for looking this up. Galadriel and Celeborn. There was the additional stuff that he published there. She made sister of Finrod. In youth, she was fond of wandering afar. She often visited the Teleri of Alqualondë. Her mother was sister of Olwe and Elwe. She was often a companion of Deleporno, Silvertall, Celeborn kinship from a younger brother, blah blah blah. Olwe and Nelwe. Account of Galadriel's quarrel with the sons of Fëanor at the sack of Alqualondë, how she fought with Celeborn. She nonetheless went into exile because she did not love the sons of Fëanor. She was personally proud and rebellious, and wished for freedom. I think that's basically it when it comes to information. I dread having to go to work tonight. We're looking at sub-zero temperatures. Oh no. Yeah. All the best to you people with the snowstorm. and very cold weather in parts of the United States. That must be very annoying. I can just imagine. So, is it explicitly stated that she drew swords? We can only kind of make some assumptions that then swords were drawn and bitter fight was fought. Thrice the people of Fëanor were driven back and many were slain. We can also read that they only had these slender bows that they used against the Noldor. But I would assume that they also had swords, that both parts of them had swords. I could imagine. It's difficult to tell. So there was definitely sword fighting going on in the first kinslaying, but also archery, you could say. So also bows and arrows. So arrows were shot. Oh yeah, shot is a word, not fired. Also, swords for the second Noldor host. Why would Fëanor arm his rivals? It's a bit complicated in this regard when the first weapons were created. I know. In a sword fight that breaks out, she maybe was able to. People were also potentially able to grab a sword of the enemy at here and there. It seems also that they were pushed back 3 times and so on. Very hard to tell. But I think the biggest problem is definitely that it's a version chaos that we have here, chat. Like, did Galadriel participate in this fight? Yeah, maybe. She only fought heroically in this fight in one version. And this version kind of contradicts Lord of the Rings, at least to the degree that Celeborn is suddenly not a Cinder elf anymore. So, I mean, you're trying to find the evidence. It's always a bit difficult. Well, archery would have first been developed for hunting, not for warfare. Yes. The bows and arrows would have been quite ancient. The Silmarillion and the unrest of the Noldor has the making of weapons in the Silmarillion. Yeah, and there's a chapter about it. I'm currently looking for the ancestry of Celeborn, though. I could swear it's Appendix B. Okay, Celeborn Silver could still be a Telerin. That's a bit difficult to find. Yeah, there is a kinsman of Thingol. A kinsman of Elba, yeah. But he, in case of Thingol, he can still be. He can, like, Celeborn can still be. Related to Thingol, but also while being a Telerin. Like the mother of Galadriel is also related to Thingol, but she's also she's not a Cinder. It's more about, I think it's only in the Silmarillion version that Celeborn is actually a Cinder. So also there was a hint for this in Lord of the Rings itself. Oh yes, that's a trick. Yeah, that's a good hint. The road goes ever on. That's often the key. I think that is where we have, in a published work, a statement of Tolkien that you're absolutely right. always 50-50 which document it is. Yeah, that is. This is what I had in mind. I thought it's in Appendix A or in Appendix B or something. No, it's in the book. I guess Tolkien had a collaboration with like a musician, a composer, Donald Swan, and he made like his poems. He put the poems into a book, and Donald Swan composed melodies for it. And Tolkien also wrote some lore notes. This was published during Tolkien's lifetime, so you can consider it kind of a good source in a way, or an interesting source at least. And here we can read, after the overthrow of Morgoth at the end of the First Age, a ban was set up her return, Galadriel, and she had replied proudly that she had no wish to do so. She passed over the mountains of Ered Luin, the Blue Mountains, with her husband Celeborn, and now, in brackets, one of the Sindar, and went to Eregion. So in this published version, Tolkien still had the idea that Celeborn was one of the Sindar. And yeah, the later version, in the background, Tolkien thought, well, wouldn't it be cool if Celeborn is not a Sindar, or one of the Sindar, but is one of the Teleri. Yeah, exactly. That's the quote I just read. Thanks for posting it, Carpenter. Yeah, definitely. Tolkien thought about him, and it usually helps if there's a definitive statement, like being kin of Thingol of Elwë also would allow him to be of one of the Teleri of Aman. Like, he could also be a descendant from that, like he could be a Telerin prince. It would still be possible. The Teler of Aman is very late edition. I'm not sure when exactly, but 1968, roundabout right. In fact, in her words for the Fellowship, Galadriel implies that Celeborn in fact was an elf from Lorien. Very interesting. But yeah, we have our definitive statement. He is a Sindar in this published work canon, so to say. But in the background, Tolkien thought about an update and maybe changing these lines later on or whatever. And as a result, he came up with the idea that he thought that it's basically... So it's always difficult. What do we do with this version where they fought heroically in defending this? It's not clear, like, if the question is, did they use a sword, a bow, or anything? If they were actually... What did they do? Did they use weapons? Did they... I don't know. Went to brawling. It's hard to tell. Like, we definitely don't know, but we know there were bows, we know there were swords and armor that were crafted. And in the Silmarillion, that's the next question. Then that is in context of that. That's was pointed out. Let me see if I find the chapter really quick, the unrest. Okay, my program just crashed. Thanks for nothing. High princes were Feanor and Fingolfin, the elder sons of Finwë, honored by all in Aman. But now they grew proud and jealous, each of his rights and his possessions. Then Melkor set new lies abroad in Eldarmar, and whispers came to Feanor that Fingolfin and his sons were plotting to usurp the leadership of Finwë and the elder line of Feanor, and to supplant them by the leave of the Valar. For the Valar were ill-pleased that the Silmarils lay in Tirion, and were not committed to their keeping. But to Fingolfin and Finarfin it was said, "Beware, small love has the proud son of Miriel ever had for the children of Indis. Now he has become great, and he has his father in his hand. It will not be long before he drives you forth from Tuna." And when Melkor saw that these lies were smouldering, and that pride and anger were awake among the Noldor, he spoke to them concerning weapons. And in that time the Noldor began the smithing of swords and axes and spears. Shields also they made, displaying the tokens of many houses and kindreds that vied one with another. And these only they wore abroad, and of other weapons they did not speak, for each believed that he alone had received the warning. And Feanor made a secret forge, of which not even Melkor was aware, and there he tempered fell swords for himself and for his sons, and made tall helms with plumes of red. Bitterly did Machtan rue the day when he taught to the husband of Nerdanel all the law of metalwork that he had learned of Aule. That's an interesting line, actually. So Machtan is the father-in-law of of the mentioned Feanor. Nerdanel is the wife, the daughter of Machtan. So the husband of Nerdanel is Feanor. Thus the lies and evil whispering and false counsel Melkor kindled the hearts of the Noldor to strive, and of their quarrels came at length the end of the high days of Valinor and the evening of its ancient glory. She said that she went over the mountains alone in the first stage and met him in his own land, Lothlorien. That is true, actually. Mirror of Galadriel. He, Celeborn, has dwelt in the west since the days of dawn, and I have dwelt with him for years and counted. Now, there are not many occasions where Galadriel could have actually taken up arms. We know she cast down the walls of the walls of Dol Guldur later, but I think beyond that there's not much going on with fighting. The first kinslaying is like in one text there's a mention. We have Eregion, potentially not. Very hard to tell there. So the question is, could the Teleri have swords? Could the Teleri have made swords? That's the question. There was a word missing. So yeah, I don't know. Weapon-wise, it's very difficult to kind of bring this into context. Melkor saw these lies and so on, and that Brian spoke to them concerning weapons, and in that began smithing swords and axes and spears. What is interesting in this context is that you could interpret it that Melkor taught them how to make those, but in this other line we learn that Fëanor had a secret forge and so on, and Machtan, his father-in-law, taught him because he knew from Aule how this works. There was definitely hunting on Valinor, so there was the Valar of hunting, Orome, so bows had to be a thing. Spears can also be used for hunting, I think. So the existence of spears and bows is plausible, even without that particular detail. There might be other ways that are not recorded, how, I don't know, the Teleri might have been able to have weapons as well to some degree. Yeah, exactly. The Noldor were armed, definitely, in Alqualonde. The Teleri were at least lightly armed. If they had a sword or not, hard to tell. It is possible that Galadriel also had a sword as one of the Noldor. That's definitely possible, I think. Also, let's say she just had a bow or just had a spear or whatever, and she fought and, I don't know, defeated, or they threw some of the Noldor into the water. Maybe they lost their weapon and they picked it up, and then they also had a sword. So I guess They lost at the end. They were for sure in a situation that there was a disadvantage in this regard. And they were definitely Teleri slain. It's called the kinslaying for a reason. Yeah, it's hard to tell if she had an actual sword, but it is plausible that she might have had a bow. If she fights in this battle heroically, I guess that's the only line about this conflict we have. I think there's not that much information anyway. Let me just read. In Fëanor's revolt that followed the darkening of Valinor, the kinslaying, Galadriel had no part. Indeed, she with Celeborn fought heroically in defense of Alqualonde against the assault of the Noldor with weapons, and Celeborn's ship was saved from them. Now, for the most part, with slender bows. So they had bows, maybe some other weapons as well, like spears. Which, to be fair, a spear is like the king of weapons. So it's not bad to have a spear. At least in melee combat, I guess. Easy to make, cheap, has a lot of range, very strong, hard to fight against with other weapons like a sword, for example. The Eldar were armed by the Valar for the great journey, yes, and then had to return the weapons which were put in the armories. Yeah, there is a version as Tar Elendion's. I don't know where it is written though, but exactly. Tolkien also thought about, well, it would be cool if the weapons existed prior, so they had weapons earlier. And then the weapons were taken away from them again, because why would they need weapons in Aman? So there's also here a different version that Tolkien thought about, but as said, it's always a bit difficult. I like the idea that the Smelkor story kind of makes this, and that they start making their own weapons, because the Noldor are very crafty people. Like, they always liked learning things and making things. So making weapons is something, in my opinion, that feels very in line with how the Noldor simply are, who the Noldor simply are. So yeah, it's for sure debatable. I would say that she wielded a weapon, a bow or whatever, is highly plausible. If you consider this text where she fought in Alqualonde. If you consider the other text, it is not clear if she even fought there. Potentially not. What did the elves do all day? I mean, there are definitely in the text about the fall of Gondolin, we know that I think Maeglin went there to look for ores or something. So there were definitely mining elves as well, because they need metal from somewhere. As a result, yeah, Círdan is building ships all day. So there were some elves with, I guess, very specific tasks. I mean, usually poor miner elves. Yes. I mean, the stories we hear are often from the royal line of the elves. So I don't know. They were usually, I guess, not the ones in the fields or in the mines. Herdsmen, farmers, yes. And later they also when men came into their life, they had those as well. That potentially helped them out in some of these tasks for sure. So, we managed to, I'm not sure how long we are streaming now, we managed to kind of discuss an hour. We have 2 questions so far. Awesome. Try to find this hint in Lord of the Rings regarding Celeborn. Welcome to Gaza, she said. Here's the city of Lady Galadriel, but we cannot tear the gates. Both Noldor factions into making weapons and also awaken jealousy vying in them. I think the Noldor were duped into making weapons against their nature. Maybe. See, the Nature of Middle-earth note on Elvish economy. Yeah, potentially, exactly. We know very little of Legolas' mother aside from Galadriel. We know very little. Did Tolkien think the male line more important? I mean, Galadriel, I would say we know quite a few things, to be fair. The problem with Galadriel, the reason why, like, Tolkien really tried to flesh out Galadriel quite a bit. The problem with Galadriel is that Galadriel is not a very old character. Tolkien invented Galadriel around about, I think, 1942. In comparison, Elrond was invented around about 1926. So some of these characters are just much better integrated into the lore than a character like Galadriel, who became very popular and liked after the release of The Lord of the Rings, which came out 54. So he finished it round about 51, I think, 49, 51, something like that. But you get the point. And there are not that many female characters in The Lord of the Rings, so in a way, yeah, potentially Tolkien kind of inspired by what do you call it, nobles, royals from our world, where also often the males are the most important one, which I guess changed at some point a little bit, but for a very long time. And you have to consider that Tolkien's world is basically our world, just a mythological version of it, and plays a long time in the past. So in this time, it's unusual. Like at the beginning, for example, of Numenor, also only the male heirs could become king, which is the same for later Gondor and so on. Only at some point also female heirs could become ruling queen of Numenor. Tar Ankalime is a good example for that. But yeah, I really think that there's definitely more stuff about male characters, and for the few female characters we have, Tolkien definitely wrote something. So Galadriel, the problem with Galadriel is Tolkien tried to implement her very well into his past writings, but this requires changing all his past writings and kind of adding her into it. And he struggled immensely with it, because otherwise there wouldn't exist 3-4 different versions of what Galadriel did in the Second Age. But there are also male examples, like Thranduil is a good example. He also, I think, was invented relatively late. Maybe somebody can correct me on this, but he also tried to build him better into the Second Age, and then he has a father, Orofer, and then Ono, and so it becomes difficult. Amros is also a very old character, but he's also very loosely built into the lore, to be honest. Like, originally, Amros is a very old character, and he's also not well implemented into the lore because Tolkien moved him around so much. What happens with elves that never made it to Aman and died in Middle-earth after entering the halls of Mandos? Were they reborn in Middle-earth or in Aman? The halls of Mandos are in Aman, so I would say they are reborn in Aman, actually. Maiden of Sussex, kind of, I guess. In this case, if they not go to the halls of Mandos, then they are kind of doomed anyway. Yeah, Legolas' mother, of course, also, like, we know nothing about it. Originally, Tolkien planned that Glorfindel joins the Fellowship of the Ring, but he was too powerful, and then he had to invent a new character, which was Legolas, and as a result, Legolas' background lore is who are his parents, what did they do, and so on. It's not very fleshed out in comparison to some other characters. How likely is if Glorfindel had joined as with Tolkien's original intent? How likely is it, or would have been him instead of Gandalf dying to the Balrog? I'm not sure. He would say, "Oh, not again." Very hard to tell, to be honest. I think it's important for Gandalf to die there and fight the Balrog. Yeah, exactly. Maybe both of them. I don't know. Maybe. Does somebody have the hint? Like Mari mentioned it a moment ago, not half an hour, I guess. Stay away from what if scenarios for Middle-earth. I would love to stay longer, but but I do work tonight and should be napping. Yeah, thank you so much, Otaku Senpai, for joining and bringing your expertise here to the discussion. Much appreciated. I wish you a good night, sleep well, and yeah, the stream VOD will be there in case you want to look what else we might have discussed here. Hey, Tirza, nice to see you. Thanks, I gotta see you. The day-to-day life of a Mirkwood elf would be very similar to an elf. Lorien, yeah, potentially. Or Findle might be thinking, I wish Ecthelion was here. He knows how to kill at least 2 Balrogs without dying. That she went over the mountains alone in the first age. I kind of remember the sentence, but I don't know how it was phrased. Hey, welcome back, Jack, in the Twitch chat. More spiders in Mirkwood, that's true. Oh man, chat, I can't find it. It's so frustrating when you kind of know. I know exactly what Murray means. I can't find the quote. Like the statement was like, I went over the mountains alone, and Celeborn, I don't know, was dwelling already in Lothlorien. Yeah, she went to Lothlorien after the fall of Eregion. That also aligns with what is written in Lord of the Rings. Kind of. I guess in all versions, Galadriel at some point was in Eregion. And then after Eregion, she went to Lothlorien. There's like a strange summary of this I think it's in the Parma Eldelamberon, where it sounds like after the fall of Eregion, she went to Lothlorien, which would imply that she stayed there during the fall, but I think it's just weird. In the chapter Mirror of Galadriel, that's also the chapter I'm searching for, but I simply can't find it. Do you have like a few words of the sentence that would help me tremendously? So yeah, in the versions we know from Unfinished Tales, Galadriel goes to leaves Eregion before Eregion falls, and then there's a weird summary that's kind of interesting in this context. Some say this implies that Galadriel, and this is kind of an idea of Tolkien, that she was present during the fall of Eregion in Eregion. There is a mention of Nargothrond in the chapter. That's interesting. Yeah, thank you for the words. There was silence. At length Celeborn spoke again. I did not know that your plight was so evil, he said. Let Gimli forget my harsh words. I spoke in the trouble of my heart. I will do what I can to aid you, each according to his wish and need, but especially that one of the little folk who bears the burden. Your quest is known to us, said Galadriel, looking at Frodo, but we will not here speak of it more openly, yet not in vain will it prove. Maybe that you come to this land seeking aid, as Gandalf himself plainly purposed. For the Lord of the Galadrim is accounted the wisest of the elves of Middle-earth. Well, and a giver of gifts beyond the power of kings. He has dwelt in the west since the day of dawn, and I have dwelt with him years uncounted. For ere the fall of Nargothrond or Gondolin, I passed over the mountains, and together, through the ages of the world, we have fought the long defeat. I think I copy-paste this into my notes, so next time I find this maybe a bit quicker. Thank you for posting moin. Oh, welcome PJ Archer in the Twitch chat. Oh, you're all the time here, so you go to bed. I wish you a good night, PJ Archer. Have a good one. Sleep well. I hope it was somewhat interesting here, but it's, as always, I guess our discussions here are very deep or very detailed and very specific in a way. That is the Peoples of Middle-earth version. That's interesting. And we'll look into this in a moment. Ganz interessant. It's very interesting. So I have to stop switching between English and German now. It's sometimes very confusing for me. If I read, somebody asks me in German, talks to me in German, and then to answer in English. What was I looking for? People of Middle-earth, right? We want to look into this as well. It, like Galadriel, is such a complex topic always. Like it's so... There's so many texts and versions and so on. It... Yet she was herself of the Noldor and had come from Beleriand. The days of exile. I'm just making notes here. To this something I thought it is said that she was a handmaid of Melian the Immortal in the realm of Dorias. But striking this out at once, he substituted, for it is said by some that she was a daughter of Felagund the Fair and escaped from Nargothrond in the days of destruction. In the following text, this was changed to read, and some have said that she was the daughter of Felagund the Fair and fled from Nargothrond before its fall and passed over the mountains into Eriador ere the coming of Fionwe. This in turn altered too, for she was the daughter of Felagund the Fair and the elder sister of Gil-galad. Though seldom had they met, for ere Nargothrond was made or Felagund was driven from Dorthonion, she passed east of the mountains and forsook Beleriand, and first of all the Noldor came to the inner lands, and too late she heard the summons of Fionwe. And it's kind of a wild thing here. These iterations are really wild. The note, by the way, is the following. It's the Second Age note stuff about the timetable. The Tale of Years in the Latter Ages, it's called. And there the shadow falls on Numenor. The Numenoreans begin to murmur against the Valar, who will not permit them to sail west from their land, and they became jealous of the immortality of the Eldar. A division appears among the Numenoreans between the elf friends, the smaller party, and the king's folk. The latter became slowly estranged from the Valar and the Eldar, and abandon the use of the elven tongue. The kings take names of Numenorean form. The elf friends dwelling most in the east of Numenor remain loyal to the kings, except in the matter of rebellion against the decree of the Valar. Oh, it's not note 11. My mistake. It was note 11, not note 10. There it is. Foundation of Imladris or Rivendell. This is like a very early version that got changed a lot. And of Eregion, as dwellings of the Noldor or High Elves, remnants of the Telerin of Dorias and ancient established realms in the woodlands far east ward, but most of those people are Avari or East Elves. The chief of these were Thranduil, who ruled in the north of Greenwood the Great beyond the Anduin, but Lorien was fairer and had the greater power, for Celeborn had to wife the Lady Galadriel of the Noldor, sister of Gil-galad. That's kind of funny that in this version it's really funny. Let me just check the other quote. It must be very old stuff. Tad Elenion from which version? For the Coming of Melian, Middle Earth. And that's from books from History of Middle Earth, book 7. Treason of Isengard, should that be? That's so wild. It evolved. Yeah, it definitely evolved. Just have to find my the book here. Where is it? Jules where's the treason? Treason. There it is. Oh, it took me a moment to find. Yeah. That's a wild version. Yeah, the development, like, it's crazy. How many, like, you have to really think about how many ideas Tolkien had for this character and how it evolved over time. Like, Galadriel was moved so much around in the books. Like, she was, like, we just read she was a sister of Gil-galad for some time. Version of Galadriel leaving with Melian. Since the days of dawn, together we have fought the long defeat. Days of dawn, when I passed over the seas with Melian of Valinor. So, yeah, Galadriel coming to... It's kind of crazy. Yeah. I'm back. I'm surprised to still see the same question. Yeah, it kind of evolved from here. We kind of went through different versions of that, and it's sometimes so interesting to see the development of this character and what Tolkien had in mind for all of this. I have to go next time. Yeah, Bellygood. I hope I could kind of answer your question, which, yeah, I don't know. It's difficult, as you potentially know, but at least we looked at all, I think, the text evidence for it. So I hope that was interesting enough for you. So I wish you good night. Sleep well, Bellygood. Thank you. Or have a fantastic rest of the day, depending on where you're from. But yeah, for me, it's just very late already. Like it's so complex, the development of this. But yeah, the confusing parenthood of Gil-galad and so on, and some others might not be helpful. Oh, from Germany too. That's nice. Then good night. Gute Nacht. Since elves were either not around or still in Covinen when Melian passed over the seas to Middle-earth long before Galadriel was born, yes. It definitely is a bit wild, but you've seen the early versions. I mean, Tolkien had a note about Galadriel, wife of Elrond, question mark. So Tolkien thought about at one point, should this be the wife of Elrond? And then she became the mother-in-law of Elrond, but Gil-galad's parentage confusing? No such thing. He is a son of Fingon, end of story. None will ever convince me otherwise. Well, let's not go into this direction. Yeah, Elrond plus Galadriel would have been interesting for sure. I know someone who would agree. Yeah, there are quite a few who agree on that. But so was there another question in chat? Maybe we only had 2 questions today. It's kind of funny. You have to scroll up all the way, try to find another question. We choose sides and rather child's common sense to them. Yeah, so I just read the Bidigos previous messages. I won't read through all your debate here. I think, chat, we do something unusual, a very short break. Because then I need something. Oops, almost spilled my drink here. I need something to drink and go to the bathroom real quick, chat. So, back in a moment. And in the meantime, you can repost a question you previously had, which I potentially overlooked, and other things. If he wasn't a Fingon, why did he do Fingon things? It makes sense if you think about it. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I'm back in a moment. I think I have this weird screen here. Yeah, be right back screen. Back in a moment, chat. I run an ad or 2, and then I'm back in a few minutes. Hello, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption, but it goes on. Hey, Mark, I wish you also a good night. Sleep well. Thank you for joining. Much appreciated. And yeah, Germany is already late, so it's almost 11, so it's a good time for a lot of people. But we can still go on. Murray has a question. I remember now that you posted it before. Thank you for reposting it. Let me just try to get production-wise to get it on the screen. An interesting question, I think. I know, and lives there, but in Return of the King, Gandalf gives only this. Okay. I think if I understand this correctly, how you interpret in Project Two Towers that Elrond wants Arwen to go to Valinor and live there, but in Return of the King, Gandalf gives to understand that all can go there only through death. Okay, I kind of corrected this here a bit strangely. Hey, Blackwater, welcome back. Hello, I'm back, I'm black. Strong. It's clear that Gandalf describes the shores of Aman to Pippin. Yeah, he definitely does. I mean, that's a very good question, actually, Murray, because the concept of Valinor is not really explicitly said, but if you know the books well, and the concept of Valinor, or of Aman, to be precise, but I guess, well, you definitely know what he means there with this here. Came before the punch. And he definitely describes that you go there and it's this paradise kind of thing. He tries that. It's I think in Return of the King, as you say, in the scene where they are in Minas Tirith, he tries to kind of make a bit of hope that death is not the end to Merrin. But the concept of going there is it's never really explained, I think, in the films where the elves sail to. It only, I think, always said that the elves have to leave Middle-earth somewhere. Correct me, maybe somebody who knows the films really well. Is there any reference in the Peter Jackson films to Valinor, to Aman, to the West Continent? Any shape or form? I think not really. Like, it's explained that the elves have to leave Middle-earth at some point, and Frodo at the end also has to leave, and I think Bilbo calls it a new adventure or something, but it's never explained exactly where do they go, why do they go, what is this place where they go. I think that is something besides of this scene, which clearly I would also interpret it like you, Mari. Yeah, they say they're leaving for the West, whatever that means. But I think to the viewer, to the audience, it's never explained what that actually means. When they see the wood elves in the forest. I think we have the screenshot for this. I have not prepared, but I can show it to you in a moment. In the meantime, maybe somebody remembers something. It's only in the extended edition. It has this really cool song, in my opinion, which has this weird thing that the song was translated. Like, the song exists in Quenya, but they translated into Sindarin. Though these are Noldor, so they would actually sing in Quenya. I think the translation of the song also existed already. I think Tolkien somewhere exists. I think a translation of the song. I think also in The Road Goes Ever On. I think it's not in Sindarin, but in Quenya there, which makes more sense because the Noldor elves would sing in Quenya, not in Sindarin. Maybe also in Sindarin, but yeah, complicated. But yeah, in this scene, he says that they can. I would definitely interpret that Gandalf makes here a distinction between men and elves, like he talks to the Hobbit, and he knows that that men can only go to the West Continent through death. When they die, they also land in the halls of Mandos. They're actually not staying there and living in Aman, to be fair, but that's, I guess, a detail, in my opinion, that goes far beyond the scope of the films and the rights the films might have, and potentially also the knowledge that people have about this. But we know from the story of Beren and Luthien. I do have the artwork, Beren and Luthien artwork, which is one of my favorites from Kimberly80. Ancestors of Elrond and also of Aragorn. In their story, they die, and Luthien, the woman, the daughter of Thingol, we also talked today about him, is going to the halls of Mandos, and also Beren is there. They are separated, they can't meet, but it's clear that Beren is also in the halls of Mandos. And she convinces with her song and her plea the Valar Mandos, who is basically the dude having in charge of the halls of Mandos. It's kind of an afterlife place where the souls dwell for a time. It's implied also that I think the dwarves go there and wait until the world is made anew, and they help doing this. That's kind of their belief. We know the elves go there, and they can be re-embodied. We have a case of Glorfindel, who died in the First Age, goes to the halls of Mandos, gets a new body. There was the idea of rebirth also for a time for Tolkien, but he abandoned this idea. And yeah, men, according to this story, also dwell there. The reason is because Mandos is able to kind of arrange that Beren is also sent back. They get, like, Luthien becomes mortal, I guess. No, he becomes mortal, and they get a second life to live in peace in Middle-earth at a isolated place in Middle-earth, so to say. It's not like they have to be completely isolated, but they should stay a little bit back and enjoy their retirement, so to say, their second chance of life together, because the fate of elves and men is different. Elves are bound to the world, and men are not. Men, when they die, go to the halls of Mandos, according to the story, and from there move to an unknown place that only God, Eru, knows. While elves, as said, they dwell for a time, and when they were good elves, so to say, when they were nice, not evil, they get, according to their spirit, a new body, which their spirit can then possess. They re-embody this. They get re-embodied. That's, I guess, the term for it. And then they move in, and then have to live in Aman. In the case of Glorfindel, he was on a special mission and sent with the Istari to Middle Earth again, even though he died in the First Age fighting a Balrog. Yeah, that's a quote, actually. But yeah, that is that's my understanding from the books. This is here the quote that also Black Quartz posted here. They're going to the harbor beyond the White Towers, the Eminbereit, the towers on the Tower Hills. There's also the Elostirion Tower, where one of the Palantiri is stored in. To the Grey Havens. They are leaving Middle Earth. I don't know why, but it makes me sad. Gandalf tells Pippin about sailing west while in Moria. Oh, it was in Moria. It seems the movies don't address the uncertain fate of men after death. Gandalf telling Pippin he get to see the white shores would be wrong in the books. I mean, it's not clear if you just wake up in the halls of Mandos, or if you have like a journey there. Then in this case, maybe you see your spirit sees moving over the shores and then entering the halls of Mandos. Maybe the whole process is just my interpretation, but I think you can maybe make an argument in this direction that they briefly know there are white shores and whatnot. So yeah, they definitely keep this uncertain. I mean, it's the idea of the gift of men is a bit vague. It's more fleshed out, I guess, in the Lord of the Rings book itself. Sauron can't go there, that's true. No, I mean just a spirit of men or whatever. Maybe I just said something wrong. She's sailing to the undying lands with all that is left of her kin. Aragorn says to Arwen that she, Arwen, was going with her people to the west. I don't remember exact wording of Aragorn. Yeah. So yeah, the harbors is Mithlond, the Grey Havens. We are there at the end of the film as well. Then they sail west, and yeah, I think men can only if we go to our Aman map, the halls of Mandos are somewhere here. And it's not 100% clear if they are a bit further south or so, but roundabout. So there is a physical place called the Halls of Mandos that exists on Aman, where the spirits go, and inside there's a lot of space. I guess it's kind of a mysterious construct of the Valar Namo, which is also called Mandos. Like some Valar have like they are called. People call them by the place they live in. So Namo is called Mandos. Irmo is called Lorien, for example, also. Here because he lives in Lorien, which is south, as you can see on the map as well, and so on. But yeah, this is like this afterlife place, and from there people, like the souls of men, as we know from other sources, go to a fate that not even the Valar know exactly. Only Eru, the creator of everything, God, knows exactly. This is a special gift of men. And that, yeah, death is a strange gift, I guess. There are also complex reasons or versions that one can discuss about how this came to be. There is the idea that men also were at some point immortal and then lost it because they worshipped Morgoth and listened to his voice and not to the voice of Eru anymore, and so on. Some say they just, it's my understanding of it, not that they were immortal, but that originally they had a very long life, as the Númenóreans said, and then due to the Morgoth incident, they lost this long life and their lifespan was reduced. And only when the Edain left and did all the things in the First Age and were rewarded with Númenor, their lifespan was restored to what it originally was, or almost was, kind of. So the fate of men is, and the lifespan and death for them is a very complex topic in Tolkien's work. It's too much for a film, I think, to dwell in. But I would interpret it in this way, that of course Elrond wants Arwen to go to Valinor, to the West Continent Aman, as we see. By the way, the term Valinor often used also for the whole continent, but technically Valinor is only everything west of these mountains. That is Valinor. But for example, Alqualonde is not in Valinor, it's on Aman. The whole continent here is called Aman, the Undying Lands. Tirion is also not in Valinor, and so on. So Formenos, debatable. It's in the mountains, so I'm not sure if it counts towards Valinor or not. I would say no. But yeah, and here's where the Valar live, Aule, Lorien. The two trees originally in the First Age, Valmar, there is also the Circle of Fate, I think. And yeah, then what else do we have? Ilmarin on the mountain. That's where Mandos has his throne with Barda, I think. And then is yeah. Valmar or Valimar is here. And outside of the Golden Gates, I think into the west, not sure it's the west gate, I would assume, there's Mahanaxar, that is yeah, where they often speak doom and gather the Valar. The Ring of Doom, not Cycle of Doom, the Ring of Doom it's called. Kind of interesting. The two trees, and so on. Mansion of Aule, Yavanna, Woods of Orome. Somewhere down here all the way, there's Avathar. That's where Ungoliant lived for a time. Somewhere back to map time, I guess. Formenos, that's where Inwe lives with Fëanor for a time. Yeah, that's also important detail. Frodo, who and everybody who sails with him is not allowed to go to Valinor. They are allowed to live here, if I remember correctly, in Tol Eressëa, this little island here, which is part of the Undying Lands, I guess, but it's kind of, yeah, not fully there, you know what I mean? Like, it's an island in front of it, and that's kind of a special case character, if that makes sense. That's also a good question. The Sauron ever corrupted the eagles. What is interesting, that Tol Eressëa, I always struggle a bit with the stress in the word. Let me just think about Eressëa, I think is the pronunciation. It's also one of the master stone of the Palantiris also here. But yeah, if we I'm not sure, Mari, if this answers your question, but like I said, I would differentiate between the two. The elves have the possibility to legally sail to Valinor. The ring bearers, I guess, have a special exception, but they are not the rule. They're definitely the exception to this. It's a special honor, grace they received, and they can only live in Tol Eressëa. And in case of hobbits who are counted towards men, so I would assume they also have the gift of men, for they can only dwell in the halls of Mandos for a time, and then they leave the spheres of this world completely to an unknown place, and so on. So I think what Gandalf says to Pippin is correct, definitely for him, but what Elrond says is like a different doom. Like Arwen would go there, and this would mean that she is counted towards the elves, and that she has the fate of the elves. She might not really fully understand I guess what that truly means. In this context, there's in Lord of the Rings an interesting quote, I think, also of Arwen. That choice, I think she talks to Aragorn when he dies, I think. That choice is long over. There is now no ship that would bear me hence, and I must indeed abide the doom of men, whether I will or I nill, the loss and the silence. But I say to you, King of the Númenóreans, not till now have I understood the tale of your people and their fall. As wicked fools I scorned them, but I pity them at last. For if this is indeed, as the elders say, the gift of the one to men, it is a bitter It is bitter to receive. So it seems, he said Aragorn in this case. So yeah, that's my opinion. The concept, this idea of gift of men. This concept is explained in the book a little bit, I think. And in Peter Jackson, of course, even he have, I don't know, 10, 11 hours long films. It's I think too complex to kind of, I don't know, explain this in such a short amount of time. So I don't fully see the idea of don't fully see how this might be possible to transport. And explain in detail. So I think he did not a bad job here in this. I mean, when Gandalf says this to Merry and so on, they are, I don't know, among men, kind of. So I guess what he's telling them is, not want to tell them, is also, I don't know how to express it, but it's something that also concerns only men. It's different for the elves. But yeah, I hope this answers your question, kind of. I mean, the question, we all know that there is no one right answer. It's like, as you say in your question already, an interpretation already of that. But yeah, I would definitely separate this. I also think in the films of Peter Jackson's films, the fate of Arwen, and then oh no, Arwen is dying and so on. She gets weaker and like it's just like, I don't know, to make it more dramatic, I guess, and put a little bit of stakes or time pressure on all these things. And the chain that Arwen had and gifts to Aragorn is also like symbol, a metaphor for this. Gimli was only allowed for a time and returned to the mountains from the west continent. I'm not aware that he returns, to be honest. I mean, this is kind of one of the last sentences in... Yeah. Then Legolas built a grey ship in Ithilien and sailed down Anduin, and so over sea, and with him, it is said, went Gimli the dwarf. And when that ship passed an end, was come in Middle-earth of the Fellowship of the Ring. That's kind of the end of Appendix B, I would say. Yeah, after that, Appendix C starts. Family trees and stuff. In the book, Tolkien describes what Frodo sees. In the book, Tolkien describes what Frodo sees. Because that Frodo sees the same words which Gandalf said to Pippin, but that means quite a different thing. Yeah, here we have the end. Then Frodo kissed Merry and Pippin, and last of all Sam, and went aboard. And the sails were drawn up, and the wind blew. And slowly the ship slipped away down the long grey firth. Firth? Whatever it's pronounced. And the light of the glass of Galadriel that Frodo bore glimmed and was lost. And the ship went out into the high sea and passed into the west, until at last on the night of rain Frodo smelled a sweet fragrance on the air and heard a sound of singing that came over the water. And then it seemed to him that, as in a dream in the house of Bombadil, the grey rain curtain turned all to silver glass and was rolled back, and he beheld white shores beyond them, a far green country under a swift sunrise. Do you mean this quote? I also saw that Gandalf talked about him. He also has a reference to Tom Bombadil's house again. That's correct the first time. Firth, okay. House of Tom Bombadil. We can maybe look into this as well. Legolas sailed with Gimli, yes. But Gimli did not return to Middle-earth, as far as I'm aware. It's where the shore parts and the river flows into the sea. You see, House of Tom Bombadil. Lay in a dream without light. Top a figure of a man of the moon. There was a noise like a strong wind blowing, and on it was borne the sound of hoofs galloping. ever have the courage to leave the safety of these stone walls. He lay motionless, still listening, but all was now silent, and at last he turned and fell asleep again and wandered into some other unremembered dream. It's kind of the vision that Frodo had. Now here it is, there's the other dream. The night they heard no noises, but either in his dream or out of them, he could not tell which, Frodo heard a sweet singing running in his mind. A song that seemed to come like a pale light behind a grey rain curtain, and growing stronger to turn the veil all to glass and silver, until at last it was rolled back, and a far green country opened before him and under a swift sunrise. That's what is referenced here. So yeah, I hope in the book Frodo did not die because of the gift which was given to him by Arwen. It's actually a good point, yes. The White Shores, yeah, in the dream the White Shores are missing, exactly. It's kind of interesting to see these, reading them back to back, how similar the descriptions here are. Very interesting. The vision melted into waking, and there was Tom whistling like a tree full of birds. And there's also a question by Ryan Gardner. Welcome, nice to see you. I was listening to the audiobooks that Andy Serkis performed, and Treebeard said that he lost his wife and all the women trees. Any answer where did they go and were they found? That's also a classic question. We do here the production really quick chat. This time I hope I click the button correctly. I think it should work. FAQ video when? What is an FAQ video? I mean, doing this here in video form. But yeah, the question about the Endwives, that's the name I was looking for. Tolkien has an interesting, or maybe not a very positive answer to this. But yeah, in short, to get everybody to click the right button, get everything here up. So here we have Fangorn Forest. Here's Isengard, down here is Gondor, here is Minas Tirith, Dunland, Imladris is top here, with Lorien, so kind of have an idea where this is. Dol Guldur is here. As you can see, Rohan below and around it. And yeah, here this was originally a forest in the Second Age. Let's go to the First Age map. Like in the First Age map, you see very early on this was like a massive forest that went up into Eriador, so it was really big. And it seems like that the Endwives lived here, and at some point in time, don't ask me when, the Endwives moved further into this direction to the east. And we can even find notes about them teaching men and potentially also hobbits at some point, which is an interesting detail. Agriculture, basically, how to grow things and so on. So they, for whatever reason, I don't know if they estranged from them or were annoyed by the Endmen, I don't know. But they moved here and settled down here and had gardens here, as we can read. And Tolkien writes, this was at the end of the Second Age. Let me just see if I find the letter really quick. Letters. Just read the answer from Tolkien directly. A video where you answer, for example, the top 10 most frequently asked questions. Okay. The answer to Crafty Spirit? Yeah, maybe. Maybe they are. But that's a complex topic as well. Endwives. Okay, so we are in letter 144 to Naomi Mitchison. This letter was written at the 25th of April, 1954. So quite some time ago. And I think in this letter, the context of this letter, Miss Mitchison had been reading page proofs of the first 2 volumes of The Lord of the Rings and wrote Tolkien with a number of questions about the book. That's kind of the context of this. And Tolkien answers these questions in this letter. I hope it's the correct one, else I have to search again, but I think it should be this one. Yeah, so I think that in fact the Endwives had disappeared for good, being destroyed with their gardens in the War of the Last Alliance, Second Age 2429 to 2441. So if we go here to our production thing, so the last alliance of elves and men, the big battle, where here in the north here's Anúminas, this here was once Arnor, everything, and Arnor and Lindon allied, the last alliance between elves and men, and they gathered in Imladris and went then down here, and on their way, Lothlorien sent people, Moria sent people to them. Also dwarves potentially joined them. Maybe also, not maybe, also from the woodland realm here, elves joined them. And they went down with this massive army to attack Sauron and defeat him once and for all. Because Sauron was attacking Minas Tirith. Osgiliath, to be precise, was the old capital of Gondor back in the day. And the brother of Isildur, Anarion, defended it here, was king. Both were kings of Gondor together. And Isildur went up and asked for help. while he was defending Gondor. And then when the Last Alliance, it took quite some time, came here, they confronted Sauron here in Dhargoland. There was a battle of Dhargoland, and then they did this. To prevent their marching, Sauron noticed at some point that the Last Alliance is coming, and so he set ablaze these lands here. He burned them down, and after he completely burned, so basically to make them that they can't go through here, they have to go around, delay them, cause problems, etc. And after this burning of this land, these lands here became known as the Brown Lands, because everything was burned and never grew back. Because when Sauron burns something, it's kind of dead. He's good at burning, I guess. And so here there's the context for the letter. I think, in fact, the Elndwife disappeared for good, being destroyed with their gardens in the War of the Last Alliance, Second Age, 3429 to 3441, when Sauron pursued a scorched earth policy and burned their lands against the advance of the allies down the Anduin, the river there. They survived only in the agriculture transmitted to men and hobbits. Some, of course, may have fled east or even have become enslaved. Tyrants, even in such tales, must have an economic and agricultural background to their soldiers and metalworkers. If any survived, so they would be indeed far estranged from the Ents, and any rapprochement would be difficult unless experience of industrialized and militarized agriculture had made them a little more anarchic. I hope so. I don't know. So that's what Tolkien writes in this particular answer. So he does not really explore the exact fate. He gives some suggestions what might have happened. So he said some of the Endwives might have fled east. Like when everything is burning, here in these lands, they might have go into the direction of east. Hrun means east, but usually these lands we call Hrun. So maybe they are here somewhere in these lands. There's also the Orikarni, the Red Mountains. There's also some forest here, whatever. We know basically nothing about these lands here. Very, very, very little. There's Dorwinion, that's often supposed to be around about here, where the wine for Thranduil comes from. Maybe there are some Endwives. Definitely possible. Then Tolkien also suggests that maybe Sauron captured or enslaved some of the Endwives and made them grow things for his armies, because they also have to eat. He had men and orcs and all kind of creatures in his service, and they have to eat. So there is a big sea in Mordor. That's kind of a topic that we also see in Shadow of Mordor and so on. And this region is called Nurn, and there's a Sea of Nurnen, and the water isn't really drinkable as far as I'm aware, but in theory, in these lands, things can be grown and grow, while these lands here, the Plateau of Gorgoros and so on, that's not much is growing there. Let's put it that way. And the assumption is kind of that potentially he captured some and put them here to help his men grow food for his armies. That's kind of the thing. And maybe after the fall of Mordor, they are freed, and then they are far estranged from their kin here in Fangorn, the Ents. Kind of an interesting detail. Tolkien never solves this. In theory, it's possible that there are still Endwives if the Ents find them. Really hard to tell. I guess that you have to make with your headcanon. Tolkien gives just multiple options what could have happened to them. And that's all we have. I hope that kind of answers the question, right? The Endwives crossed the Anduin when Morgoth returned to Middle-earth. Rings Tolkien. Yeah, exactly. So this is really early. Like them leaving is a really early phenomena, as Tar Elenion says. Not that many letters with slain and slaves in them. Yeah. darkness came in the north, the Endwives crossed the great river and made new gardens. Yes. And tilled, not tilted, that's what I often do when I play Elden Ring, and tilled new fields, and we saw them more seldom. And the darkness was overthrown. The land of the Endwives after the darkness was overthrown, the land of the Endwives blossomed richly, and their fields were full of corn. I find it peculiar that Tom Bombadil and Treviat are one of the few who reference Morgoth almost directly. That's a good point. I mean, in of itself, Morgoth is kind of, I guess, also what do you call it in English? A name that the enemies gave him. In this case, an insult. That's what I was searching the word. It's basically insult for Melkor. Like Fëanor cursed him and called him Morgoth. That name kind of sticked from it, but not I guess. Like Sauron internally would have also did call himself potentially differently than Sauron, but that's what his enemies called him. It's also kind of an insult for him. So I hope, Ryan, that answers your question in the details. I wish I could give you a better answer or more details, but to my knowledge, these are all the things we know. I'm the mouse of Myron. Just doesn't ring that well, that's true. That is actually true. But yeah, these are the sources for the context or for the stuff we have here. But it's really interesting that he calls it the Great Darkness in the North. Like the Great Darkness could also be Sauron, but Sauron was not really in the North. But the Ents went on wandering, and we only came to the gardens now and again. Then, when the darkness came in the north, the Endwives crossed the great river and made new gardens and tilled. After the darkness was overthrown, the land of the Endwife blossomed richly. So yeah, this process of them having gardens there definitely went on for thousands of years. So it's really a long time span, because the burning of the gardens and of this area happened at the very end of the Second Age, during the War of the Last Alliance. And the second, considering that this is First Age stuff, we're talking about at least 3,400 years. Tribute visited Beleriand. Yeah, I think there's a reference to this, but he meets at some point. He talks to Galadriel and Celeborn at the very end. That's in the Lord of the Rings at the beginning in the prologue. I think in the prologue, Galadriel says, "I feel it in the water. I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air." And that's actually a quote from Treebeard that happens at the close to the end. Hey, Jimmy, nice to see you. It is long, long since we met by stock or by stone. Avanimalion nostari, he said. It is said that we should meet only thus at the ending, for the world is changing. And Celeborn said, "I do not know, elders," but Galadriel said, "Not in Middle-earth, nor until the lands that lie..." I do not think we shall meet again," he says at the end, and Celeborn said, "I do not know, eldest," but Galadriel said, "Not in Middle-earth, nor until the lands that lie under the wave are lifted up again. Then in the willow meads of Tasarinan, we may meet in the spring. Farewell." I just know that every time I come across this thing, I look it up. Tasarinan. But yeah, that is Nantathren. A Balrog of Morgoth. Yeah. Legolas also mentions Morgoth. Yeah, we look, Morgoth shouldn't be that often mentioned in the book. So, the Elvish part Vanimalion Nostari means something like, I also had to look it up, but it's "Oh beautiful ones, parents of beautiful children," something like that. Yeah, Legolas must be born. I forgot what the argument for his birth date is, but he must be born in the Third Age, else as a result he can't have been in Beleriand. Just knew the lore well. So Morgoth. It's kind of interesting to see how often Morgoth is mentioned in The Lord of the Rings. 26 times. It's a Balrog of Morgoth, said Legolas. Of all elf banes the most deadly, save the one who sits in the Dark Tower. Jewels were coveted by Morgoth. And we have in Appendix A quite a few mentions. Most mentions then are in Appendix A. Appendix B has a few mentions, and then we are in the index. Were Balrogs able to communicate with each other and other beings of Middle-earth? Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yes, because they're kind of angels of lower rank, same like Gandalf, Saruman. So there's no reason why they should not speak. They don't speak. There is an I'm not sure what Gandalf calls it. But they were able to use spells, and those often require some way of saying something, I guess. Legolas has seen many Archons grow into trees, so we know he's not very young. Also, I'm skipping here production. But yeah, I just hope Ryan, the question is answered for you. That's all we know about this. I just found it interesting that Treebeard was potentially... There were Ents in Beleriand. So Treebeard, I think Treebeard mentions that the forest was once connected to Beleriand, something like that. And I think this implies that he also was in Beleriand once. Could be in the Treebeard chapter then. Currently trying to find... It is possible, yes. I would say so as well, but I would have to look into it to make a definitive statement here. We would have to do some research if we find any contradictions. Treebeard. I might have said much of the same if you had been going the other way. Do not risk getting entrenched woods of Laurelin Dorinan. That is what the elves used to call it, but now they make it shorter, Lothlorien. They call it The Endwife section. Not sure if you find it faster, potentially find it faster than me. I would say I've read most of them. I would say the works about the creation of the Lord of the Rings are potentially my biggest weak spot. I have read not everything there because though it's interesting, it's also hard to memorize so much information. Especially, it always feels like it's interesting if you want to know how the Lord of the Rings was written, but usually for what I need for my Lord channel, I need the information of what decisions Tolkien, like I need Lord of the Rings and what comes after it. What are the thoughts that Tolkien developed after it? So those are more interesting for me than the process of how Lord of the Rings came to be, if that makes sense. Sometimes it's interesting, so I also look into those books at times, but it's not like I know everything in and out of these History of Middle Earth books. Beyond that, I guess I have read almost everything from History of Middle Earth stuff at some point, but it's so much information you can't memorize everything anyway. Yeah, it's very confusing. Very complaints about how confusing it is reading. He thinks when he sings when he moves. It's in the song. What would be interesting to read is Christopher Tolkien's personal history of the Silmarillion. Yeah, that would be really interesting. Which I think is 2,600 closely typed pages going through all the changes. Yeah. Did anyone to see the extended version in theaters last week? So great to see one of the big screen again. I've seen them some years ago again, here in a local cinema. But I think it was during the Corona stuff. They had like some, because there were no movies, no new movies produced. They showed some old stuff. I think I went to one and watched it there. So, but not recently. I'm not aware that there was a screening here in my country or my region here. There was also a question I wanted to answer. I forgot what it was. But currently, I'm kind of very distracted with finding evidence that Treebeard was in Beleriand. It'll be interesting to read. It includes things not in History of Middle-earth. Yeah. What I cannot say. I do not know the history of the wizards. They appeared first after the great ships came over the sea, but if they came with the ships, I never can tell. Oh yeah, that's a good point. The rivers, yes. Yeah, you're right. I found it now. In the willow meads of Tassarinan, I walked in the spring, where Tribute fell silent, striding along, and yet making hardly a sound with his great feet. I'm not that far in the chapter anyway, I was just skipping through all the pages. I sound with his great feet. Then he began to hum again and passed into a murmuring chant. Gradually, the hobbits became aware that he was chanting to them. In the willow meads of Tassarinan, I walked in the spring. The sight and the smell of the spring in Nan Tassarion. And I said that was good. I wandered in summer in the elm woods of Ossirian. That's definitely in Beleriand. Are the light and the music in the summer by the 7 rivers of Ossir, the river. And I thought that was best. I think at least it's a river. I don't know the names of the rivers out of my head. Nargothrond definitely is. Yeah, Dorthonion, they're all the names. That's what I searched. I was just, I don't know. Hey, that's right at the beginning. How did I skip that, chat? I skipped that by accident. There's this. Sung up and down the river was an Entish song, and then that's the end, and the Endwife answers. That was the song I was like looking at, and then the later song. There are multiple songs in this chapter, and I was just at the later ones. And the one I needed to find, I skipped by accident. Cool. Yeah, we found it. We can also show it maybe here in production, first age map. Exactly. Here, this is Ossiriand. So Galen, I think this is also where they lived. Here we have we have all the rivers. Here is Nan Tafren, that's also mentioned. So yeah, we have this huge section here. And in these regions, the wood elves live, and also the Ents. I'm a bit sad that I missed this particular. I thought it was later in the chapter, but no, it was right at the beginning. I just skipped it by accident. Interesting, that's never... So what's your that's a question we have found it, or thanks for guiding me a little bit there. Sometimes I don't know, it's in a stream finding the quotes is sometimes so difficult. Like if you just miss, like me, a line there and you search and search and search, you don't find it. I know there was definitely something, but I couldn't find it. So, not last, but least favorite chapter of Lord of the Rings. And favorite chapter, well, that's a tough one. So I hope this answers the question. Not sure if Ryan is still there. Often takes you a moment or two to get to answers. So, what's your favorite and least favorite chapter of Lord of the Rings? Where's my Lord of the Rings thing? So, I think my least favorite chapter of the Lord of the Rings. Tough one. Favorite chapter? It's also a tough one, to be honest. I like so many, like picking one is difficult. I think for me, a chapter that I read a lot is definitely the Council of Elrond, because it's so information heavy. But I don't know. Appendix A, there is a story of Aragorn and Arwen. I think that's one of my favorites, for sure. Especially with the combination with all the stuff, you know. Oh, there was a communication question. We come to this in a moment. Balrogs can communicate. Also can give the question back to you people. What's your favorite chapter? Least favorite chapter, I think, is maybe The Old Forest. I think that for me is always the most boring chapter to read. Not much is happening. And only later, when Tom Bombadil shows up, then things slowly start to turn. You could argue, but Tom Bombadil shows up and he sings a song. I would say after that the chapter becomes better, but all the traveling through the forest before that is just insane. It's not my favorite read, let's put it that way. My favorite is when when Eowyn and Faramir fall in love. Okay, I can definitely see it. Dorthonion was not a nice place after Nirnais Arnuriad, yes. If only Triviat had met Tom Bombadil and Gandalf together, that would have been an even more revolutionary meeting than Gandalf. But then Saruman saves it. Theoden saves it by telling Saruman to F off, yeah. Favorite Journey in the Dark is also a really good choice. The Passing of the Marshes, yeah. Taming Smear. I have to admit, I kind of like the taming, Smearol's taming a bit. But yes, it's really tough. I mean, there's so many good chapters in all of this. The King of the Golden Hall is pretty good. Very interesting. I like this section. The end chapters are also pretty good. The Houses of Healing is very interesting. The Last Debate. Battle of the Pelennor Fields, The Ride of the Rohirrim, The Siege of Gondor. Oh, there's so many good chapters here at the end. Conspiracy Unmasked with Merry and Pippin playing spies was a little fun, but I think Tolkien's humor is Ricke's writing. The Old Forest at least is immersed in nature. His better writing style. Yeah, definitely. Like, there's have a lot of descriptions, but I always feel like getting through this chapter is always the most difficult until Tom Bombadil shows up, and then it becomes more interesting for me again. But I definitely know what you mean. Can't pick a favorite. Yeah, favorite is really tough. Yeah, so there was a question about where was it? 10th edition? No, I have not seen it. Have you all read the stuff? I have read a lot. I also have not read every Vineyard Tengwa issue, by the way. So when it comes to all the writing and language stuff, also Parma El de Lamberon and so on, I read some of it, definitely, and so on, but not everything there. So there's also a lot of stuff. My problem is Now, there was the other question about the Balrog and who can communicate. I can maybe have a case for... I mean, they must be able to somewhat communicate, considering that there were quite a few. Not that many, but a few. I mean, he did not talk much to Gandalf, to be honest. They are less on the talkative side. Yeah, that's true. But I kind of like the chapter. It's also has interesting aspects to it. Like the Barrow Wights are a famous mystery in Tolkien's universe, same as Tom Bombadil himself. Yeah, Long Expected Party is a cool chapter. I would also agree on that. Shadow of the Past is a strange chapter, I think, because it's an early chapter and Tolkien has already to drop quite a bit of exposition. I feel like some of his ideas might have changed over time again, and it feels a bit inconsistent with stuff that is later explained in parts. So it's kind of a strange chapter in this regard if you look into it in quite a bit of detail. But so, question: were Balrogs able to communicate with each other and other beings of Middle Earth? I think there is no documented. They were definitely able to understand others. So when their master shouted Balrogs in Lamoth, I think it was, then they come. So that kind of works. They are powerful entities, so they're not stupid. So I would assume that they understand. They are also like Gandalf Maiar, and as a result, I think that should work. What? Bro? I think there is an instant where Balrog talks, okay? Yeah, that's maybe a good point. Yeah, that's true. Húrin being dragged to Angband in mockery. Osmog leads in mockery to Angband. Yeah, there is a statement in a letter, but communicate, like as a Maya, he could use Osanwe to communicate. That would not require him. You can just also read it, sound it all. Yeah. The Balrog never speaks or makes any vocal sound at all. Above all, he does not laugh or sneer. And that is exactly It is Non, I think. I'm not sure if I pronounce your name correctly. But that's exactly what my argument I would make, that he uses a word of power in the chapter, the Bridge of Khazad-dûm, I think it is. Currently searching for the line, which I thought was easier to find. I don't find it. Word of command, there it is. What it was, I cannot guess, but I have never felt such a challenge. The counterspell was terrible. It nearly broke me. For an instant, the door left my control and began to open. I had to speak a word of command that proved too great a strain. The door burst in pieces. Something dark as a cloud was blocking out all the light inside, and I was thrown backwards to the stairs. All the wall gave way, and the roof of the chamber as well, I think. I'm afraid Balin is buried deep, and maybe something else is buried there too. So how tall was Balrog, and did he really half his size to enter the chamber of Mazabul? Terrible cry. Yeah, we don't know if it was verbal, but at least came into the chamber. I felt it through the door. The orcs themselves were afraid and felt silent. It laid hold of the iron ring and then perceived me and my spell. Yeah, terrible cry definitely reads like a vocal. Like it was able. It was potentially a choice of not speaking and really, but it was able to make noises. So that is possible. I could imagine it was able to speak in some fashion. Why would it not be able to speak? And it could use spells, which, like, a spell is, in my opinion, also counterspell is also a way of communication. It perceived my spell and it did something against it. It communicated, if you want, on a magical way against it. You could interpret it this way. So I would say it was able to communicate in a way. It could definitely make noises, as we hear it made a terrible cry. With a terrible cry, the Balrog fell forward, and its shadow plunged down and vanished. Well, cry was potentially translated, "Not again!" Yeah, exactly. I also don't remember a line by a Balrog spoken. All I remember is a counterspell, that he was able to do, and a terrible cry. That's all. Yeah, maybe. But in Tolkien's world, a lot of magic and power is done, in my opinion, through words. So it would be strange if they would not have this power. And if they can't speak physically, they still have the possibility to use telepathy. So Osanwe, like Gandalf and others were also able to use. To be fair, Osanwe also opens like all kinds of problems and so on. But yeah. Do you think Durin's Bane shifted to a smaller form in order to enter the dwarven chamber of Mazabul? I don't think. I think I'm not sure. I don't think that the Balrog was that big. Like Peter Jackson's description makes him maybe bigger. In old descriptions, they were actually quite tall, because I think there's a description that they were twice as tall as an elf. But that were the old Balrog or Balrogs or Belrug. In the when there were still many Balrogs and they were a lot weaker, Tolkien removed or reduced the number and made them each as powerful as an army on their own, kind of thing. The Valar had their own language, Valarin. The Umayya then too, probably. Yeah, for sure. I could also imagine that this is the case. Unfortunately, I don't know any Balrog talking. And Tolkien has this very definitive statement that they, Balrogs never. But he says not Balrogs in general. He says the Balrog never speaks or makes any vocal sound, which is not correct, Mr. Tolkien. That dialogue makes me think Tolkien wants us to think a Balrog more as animalistic demons, potentially. But I think, like, he perceived my spell and challenged me. I was never challenged, as Gandalf expresses, in this way. But I've never felt such a challenge. The counterspell was terrible. So, yeah, I don't know. Often when somebody uses a spell, it has to do with thinking or saying something. And I think that is possible, and if you can express a specific spell, I think you are able to communicate. And that was a question. I think it was very broadly phrased. Were Balrogs able to communicate with each other or other beings of Middle-earth? I think yes, they were. I could even imagine like Gothmog was the leader of the Balrog. There was mockery, as we have learned in the Silmarillion. He brought him Húrin to Angband in mockery. And further, they potentially had Gothmog was the captain of the Balrogs. He potentially was able to command orcs, so just for that he needs to be able to communicate. If that was verbally or through his mind and telepathy slash or somewhere, yeah, maybe. Personally, I think it is more to probably set up a duel between beings that are beyond the comprehension of mortals, Gandalf and the Balrogs. Yeah, that's also a good point by Crafty Spirit. There was also the question if Sauron if Morgoth corrupted eagles ages ago. And to my knowledge, no, but there is I think it's in the Book of Lost Tales, there's a mention that Morgoth captured birds and tortured them to learn the secret of flight from them. But he could not learn that. So the idea existed, at least at the time of Morgoth. It's possible that he maybe well, poor bird, yeah. It's possible that yeah, it's double his stature, so basically twice the size of an elf, but the elves were smaller and the Balrogs were different at this time of this writing still. Tolkien made the Balrogs more powerful, as said, so maybe they have become smaller. They were definitely taller than a normal mortal, but I would not expect them to be giants. There's a scene in one of the Hobbit movies, potentially the last one. No, the second one, where Gandalf gets imprisoned, or the last one? I forgot. Movies where Sauron appears as a shadowy silhouette surrounded by fire. That's how I imagine Balrog. Yeah, kind of like that. I think he's taller than a normal human for sure. I would definitely assume that he's taller than a normal human, but it's not like he's 6 meters tall. Let's say 2 meters 50, maybe 3 meters at most. That's my personal imagination. He looks not like a demon. Maybe he looks like a demon, but I guess he looks like a person, just black with fire and stuff like that. Jackson's Balrog speaking is better being more animal. The eagles, yeah, the eagles can also speak. I mean, the eagles can speak. Why shouldn't the Balrog be able to speak? There were also Roak, so the ravens, they also speak. Quite a few creatures in Tolkien's universe can speak. Even the fox can speak, yeah. Yeah, a dark form of man's shape yet greater. Exactly. I think that's the description, right? It was like a great shadow, in the middle of which was a dark form of man's shape, maybe yet greater. A power and terror seemed to be in it and to go before it. So there was a former question, which we also kind of answered, I guess. Oh no, that was the Balrog question, which we kind of derived from. So I would say yes, they were able to communicate in some way. I don't know how exactly. That's not 100% clear to me, but he can make a noise. That is a requirement for physically speaking. In theory, that's the ability of a Sunware. They had maybe to command orc armies, so they need to be able to communicate. And he can use spells, which in my opinion is also kind of a form of communicating to the world, or against a counter spell. Is communicating against another spell in a way. So, like, communication is the exchange of information in some way. So Gandalf could say to the Balrog, counter my spell 2 times for yes and 3 times for no, or whatever. And then, I don't know. Or don't counter my spell for yes and counter my spell for no. With this simple setup, you already are able to communicate. As long as he can understand, and as we have learned, he was able to perceive the spell, so to understand the world and so on. It felt larger than it looked. He was of New Earth. No, History of Middle Earth. Dragons can talk. Huan the dog can talk. Yeah, a lot of examples. Manuscript against the description of the Balrog. After description, it seemed to be of man's shape, but its form could not be plainly discerned. It felt larger than it looked. With a full quote here. Thank you for posting. There was another question, right, which I unfortunately overlooked or forgot again what it was. Do you think the Durin Spain made it? Yeah, they made themselves physical beings. Now we have to. I slowly. Aren't Gandalf, Elrond, and Galadriel Lords of the Rings in the story? So then the title of the book should be The Lords of the Rings, right? Yes, but if the Lord of the Rings has the One Ring, he becomes the Lord also over them. So technically they are just lords with rings, but the Lord of the Rings is Sauron with the One Ring. So I would say no. William the Troll Purse can talk. That's a good point. So in the meantime, I check my games channel and hope that maybe some people watched my video. Well, not that many, but hopefully it will change soon. I would prefer the title Ring Lords of the Third Age. I'm heading to bed. Thank you a lot, Chris and chat. It's been fun to listen while playing Factorio. A Revolverator, I wish you also. Thank you for your support. As always, I wish you a fantastic rest of the day or a good night. Sleep well. And glad you enjoyed our Tolkien discussion here. Much appreciated. Sleep well. See you then next time. I will also end the stream soon because it's late and I'm usually doing like 4 hours. We're at 4.5. Pippin called Frodo Lord of the Ring, that's true. Sauron should be thought of as very terrible. The form that he took was that of a man of more than human stature, but not gigantic. Yeah. It's also a classic quote for how Sauron looked. Also his black hand and so on. Stuff like that. But Gandalf said there's only one Lord of the Ring. So that means the Balrog was not so tall that he had to shrink down to enter the Hall of Mother Bull. Yes. He was not that tall. He was maybe a bit taller than human, but not so much that he had to shrink. Grumpy Gandalf. So is there a question left? Did I overlook something? Like sometimes it takes a while to answer your questions. I'm very good with getting sidetracked, as we have seen. And sometimes I forget the question was asked. Sorry for that. Just write it again in chat. The ring really adapts to the needs of its user. Surely it can be stretched as to cover 2 fingers on 2 different hands. I guess if you have enough power over the ring, maybe. Like the ring controls you. It's not the other way around. But if you would be powerful enough to control the ring, then maybe, yes, you could do that, I think. The reason when somebody finds a ring and the ring wants to get back to his master, he knows, well, I have to grab that finger tight for now. The one bracelet. There's a in my head, the mention of the ring changing its size is in the description of Isildur. Trying to find the passage, just in case people are wondering what is the fun dude doing again. It was hot when I first took it, hot as a glade, and my hand was scorched, so that I doubt if ever again I shall be free of the pain of it. Yet even as I write it, it is cooled, and it seemed to shrink, though it loses neither its beauty nor its shape. So in this case, we know that Sauron's finger was definitely bigger than that of Isildur. It had to shrink, but it could definitely change its form to fit. Doesn't have the same ring. It doesn't have the same ring to it. Stark, as we say in German. And a note in Mage of Middle-earth associated with the visible forms of the Valar and Maya. These forms, they presented themselves to the elves, so they could assume others and wholly alien shapes, appearing usually as persons of majestic but not gigantic stature. Yeah, I remember that note. Sauron made the ring become tangible when he died at... When he died at Numenor, and his spirit fled back to Mordor. I need to boggle the mind at or edit. My interpretation is that Sauron did not have the ring while Numenor. He took it up again, ring after spirit returned to Mordor, I think. Tolkien definitely says he had, in a letter, I think, that he had the ring with him. And that's why Crafty Spirit writes, no need to boggle your mind, because Tolkien writes the same. I do not, though reduced to a spirit of hatred born on a dark wind, I do not think one need boggle at this spirit carrying off the One Ring, upon which his power of dominating minds now largely depended. That Sauron was not himself destroyed in the anger of the One is not my fault. The problem of evil and its apparent toleration is a permanent one for all who concern themselves with our world. That's in letter to Rona Bear 211 from 14th of October 1958. So, yes. naturally had the One Ring, and so very soon dominated the minds and wills of most of the Numenorians. Yeah, I think that's from the. This is from. Wasn't I also in letter 211? Yeah. Sorry for the Boggle part. Yeah, exactly. That's also from the same letter. Yeah. I mean, I also thought he left the ring behind in previous, like years ago. But this letter then cleared things up, I think. Not the best version possible, but the best version we'll ever get. Do you think the movies are realistically the best version possible, as in past film special effects were too limited, while later the movie industry became too corporate controlling? Yeah, I think we might have a case like this, because at the time the Lord of the Rings films of Peter Jackson came out, they were like state of the art. Like, not only state of the art, they pushed the art itself, from the effects, what they did in this film. And you can still watch these films, and you definitely see some of these CGI shots today, they would look better, for sure, 100%. But still, there's so much stuff in the film that looks fantastic to this day, because the stuff that we see, they actually build. And I think that's a big problem of the movie industry that we have today. I wouldn't say everything is corporate issues, but the industry is kind of obsessed with reconstructing everything digitally. And as a result, it's a problem I have with movies a lot. Everything looks kind of fake. You know what I mean? Everything looks CGI. You see, I've seen so many films by now, I see CGI when I see it. And only very few movies which put a tremendous amount of work into some very few good CGI scenes, they look really good. And often it's a combination of two. Like, for example, an example which I really enjoyed was Blade Runner 2049, I think it was. And that looked really, really impressive in many parts. It looked really kind of real. And even though this, and I don't mean this as being talking down the effort behind it. Like, if you look at scenes from, I don't know, some Marvel movie, like, what is it called? Endgame or something, that is so much work to do what they do there. But for me, it looks just incredibly fake in CGI all the time. But I know how much work it is because what they show there isn't real, can't be real. So it can only be CGI in this specific case. But it looks like it. And it still looks good, but it looks CGI, you know what I mean? And to this degree, when the Lord of the Rings films came out, that was not possible. And they had to develop techniques and stuff that, in some cases, to this day, not set standards that are to this day used to some degree. And some stuff is always lost. There was like a very interesting video on YouTube. I forgot how the channel is called, but they are CGI expert dudes who make YouTube videos, and they try to recreate the moving camera false perspective shots. And they said basically the knowledge how to do this was once there, but it's forgotten because nobody ever did this to this extent again. And these early shots were mind-blowing, and they still look really, really good because it's just ridiculous. It's so smart how they do this trickery with the moving table moving according to the camera angle and so on. Like, false perspective on a static camera is one thing to do, but false perspective on a moving camera was just mind-blowing. I remember seeing that and thought to myself, wow, I couldn't explain how they did this. Like, it was so good. It's very fascinating in this regard. I've seen the video too, yeah. The Mandalorian had great animation. Disney Star Wars animation quality plummeted afterwards, though. Kenobi looked like a washed-up prequel, yeah. Yeah, the mixing of practical effects, motion... message is gone, but yeah, I kind of... What Lord of the Rings did well is do a lot of stuff, build it. Like, these places... The Shire exists. Like, just imagine you have a CGI Shire. Everything is filmed in front of a green screen, and every Shire building is fake, like CGI. You know, it doesn't look like it. They have actually built this. You can, like, they rebuild it, and you can go there to New Zealand and stuff. A motion capture, even using real sounds like grinding rocks and blah blah blah, prevents our minds from focusing on singling out the CGI variable. Yeah, exactly. Like, the mixture, they did it very well, just from a creation standpoint. And I think, I'm not sure if filmmaking on this scale, like making films this long with this big of a name, would be always expensive. And the question is if these blockbuster films, these very big films that are very expensive to make, if they ever will go back to this approach that Peter Jackson used, because at this time that was what there was, how films were done. Maybe they do this to say, well, we know that when we make new Lord of the Rings films, we kind of have to go back there and just use now better CGI technology on top of that. And I mean, it's possible, but I don't know if they ever go back to this extent. Even though I'm not agreeing with all the designs, I think it might be an unpopular opinion, but visually I think, well, there are also big problems with what they did there, but I think Rings of Power did it not bad. Even though like I said, might not agree with some of the designs, maybe the costumes could have been a bit better here and there, and so on, but overall, like the armors and stuff, that was a big complaint for a lot of people. So, I guess maybe just from the look, they can still do stuff, I guess, but I don't know. I think another problem is, of course, that the Peter Jackson films are so beloved and popular for such a long time, became true film classics that you can still watch to this day. That makes it very difficult to do this, especially like if a film franchise or if films are so popular. If I think about Gandalf, I see Ian McKellen. If I think about Elrond, I kind of see Hugo Weaving and so on. If I see Frodo, you know, I see Sam, if I hear these names, I have the faces of these actors in my mind. That might be different for a younger generation, but I think it takes a lot of time till they can dare to remake these films. It will happen at some point, and I think it's definitely good that at some point they might remake Lord of the Rings with new actors for a new generation, and hopefully it's awesome for a new generation. Maybe we will complain about it because we always do, I guess, but as long as it brings people to read the books. Like, I also started reading the books after watching the Peter Jackson films, and people, the hardcore nerds back in the day, were also not happy about the Peter Jackson films, to be honest. Ring of Powers reminds me to take my mithril shot before going to bed. Don't want to fade too soon. Let's not talk about the writing there. Okay, one guy made the whole fall of Barad-dûr himself over a 2-week Christmas break for free. Okay, that's impressive. I didn't know that story. Another factor is that much of the crew worked overtime for free or donated resources and materials due to the passion of the crew. So even the same money and talent of the crew lower the quality. Yeah, for sure. You definitely notice a passion project, and the actors and all the people in these films just peaked there. We see it with the Hobbit films already, and I definitely think they definitely tried. They had a good time, I guess, even though they were not happy with all the green screen filming, but it is what it is, and it wasn't like, yeah, maybe the first 45 minutes are pretty good, and then the rest is of the first film is okayish, acceptable, maybe over the top here and there, whatever. And then 2 and 3, well, let's say they are, in German would say ausbaufähig, improvable. The sets, miniatures, costumes, props, prosthetics in Lord of the Rings are the best I've ever seen. They had so much time for pre-production before filming. Yeah, exactly. Like, they had the time to make all this insanity of practical effects and costumes and so on, prepare the miniatures, or bigatures as they called them, and so on. It was really, really impressive. So I'm not sure if they will ever make, like, the question is, can they ever return to this effort? Do they want to do this? And especially, we have a very good reference material, and we see what parts will they cut out, what parts will they add, and so on and so forth. We have the extended edition, like we hardcore Tolkien fans, every time I do a poll, if you should watch the theatrical cut or the extended edition wins by a landslide for our yearly watch party. And so I stopped doing the polls, to be honest. But it also has to kind of compete with the extended edition, which is tough in my opinion, because it has so much material. I don't know. And even Peter Jackson had to cut so many things out, like Tom Bombadil is not there, and the whole Rohan story is completely different. The characters were changed so much. The scouring of the Shire is not there. Is I don't think so. It's not included. No, I don't think so. They were for free on Amazon for some time. Not for free. They were part of the Prime Video for some time, I think, but they're not anymore. I think only The Hobbit is still part of it. I'm not 100% sure there as well. A low budget, more stage play drama TV show able to cover the entire Lord of the Rings without cutting out material would be interesting, but the battles would struggle. Those would be limited, yeah, for sure. I don't know. We have to see. What the future will make out of this. I think at some point they should remake the films, because yeah, I mean, a lot of people who watched the films back in the day are now parents and read the books to their kids and so on. So I guess the legacy continues, but for sure, like, very successful launch of new films in cinema and so on. could definitely bring in some new people, which is always appreciated, I think. What is also interesting, yeah, like I said, it will be difficult to compete with these old films. And that makes it kind of risky to make them, because people can get very angry when you remake something that they really, really like and are passionate about, and you kind of screw up. And especially when it comes to stuff that is related to Lord of the Rings, there was a lot of screw ups in the past, to be honest. Like the Hobbit films were already, while I still think they're okay, and I don't mind watching them every year, but it's definitely a step down from the quality of Lord of the Rings. And then, yeah, I don't know. We had a lot of other stuff that didn't work out that well after that. We have this weird TV show, the Gollum game. I think the Lord of the Rings MMORPG was cancelled or something like that, so it never comes out. Amazon is kind of currently also leaving the games spheres again and trying to push their cloud gaming services. I've seen The Hobbit on stage for a few times, thought the battle was fun, okay. I mean, what's also interesting is the humor in The Lord of the Rings. I feel like compared to some modern movies, it was very toned down still, even though maybe here and there still a bit much, but overall it kind of worked, I think, quite well for my personal taste. The Scout of the Shire movie. Scene 1 could be Saruman's spirit reforming into a bodily form at Isengard after falling onto the spiky wheel thing. Yes. Obviously not as epic as the movies, but enough to move the plot forward. Okay, chat. I think, are we at the 5-hour mark? Yes. We just got that one right. Is there anything left to say, chat? Because I would like to end the stream here now. One film in 19... Okay. Checked the message. Guess who's back? Back again. Stop Sharky time. Would be too political as Saruman embodies the worst of capitalism, industry, and communism, not in this current divided political climate. Yeah, potentially that's also a good point, I guess. Good night, everyone. Yeah, it's late. I would love to end the stream now. I think we discussed a lot. Was good questions today. Some quite tough. I hope I could answer the questions, sometimes with your help. So much appreciate also for that. Finding the quotes and so on. Read the stuff to your satisfaction, and that you had a good time. Yeah, thanks so much, Chris. Always happy to catch these live videos. Yeah, thank you for joining and for the support. Good night. God bless. Same to your people. Have a good night. Sleep well. Yeah, announcement wise, like I said, we're at the beginning. Thank you for the applause. Twitch chat just triggered applause. Thank you. Much appreciated. Too nice. Also to you. Thank you. And yeah, like I said, if you use Spotify, currently the first episode of Who is Elrond, if you haven't seen that yet or want to rewatch it at some time, as a video podcast, I upload it to Spotify. So if you're interested, that should be the link. I hope it works. Actually, I've not tested it, to be honest. Let me see if it works. Looks like it. Hello. My OBS crashed. My computer froze for a moment. Test 1, 2, 3. Can you still hear me? Sorry for the interruption here. Okay, that kind of works again. Yeah, it was very, very strange. But just my computer crashed hard. Not the whole computer. It just went black for a moment, and then OBS crashed. I think we should be back online everywhere. Okay, awesome. Okay, everything works. Yeah, so I was in the middle of saying goodnight and so on. Not sure if still anybody is there. Yeah, but just to end the stream correctly, I have still the credits to show. Yeah, good night, be well, everyone. All the best to you. All the best to you. And yeah, good night, Witch King and Jack and so on. Lucas also. Shoutouts to all the supporters. Thank you so much for your support. Definitely always helps. Much appreciated. There might be some names missing, or I should be okay. Is PGR shown? Yeah, he's on the list. That's good. And what else is there to say? Oh yeah, it was about posting the links to Spotify. Like I said, if you use that, we'll upload the episode there. I think I posted the link a moment, not sure if it came through. But yeah, so that you can watch it as a video podcast or as an audio-only podcast. So maybe that's interesting for some of you. We start with episode 1. It's 2 hours, 7 long or something. Next, you can decide if you want 3-hour episode. Like, if I guess I just upload the videos as they are on YouTube as well. But I could split episode 2, which is 2 hours 47, into 2 parts or something. I don't know. Maybe that's better for podcasting, but I don't know, chat. Let me know in the comments. And is there anything else left to say, chat? Spotify. I tried to make relatively soon another lore Q&A stream, because we hadn't, due to all the watch parties, we had not the opportunity to have that many Q&A streams. But it was a lot of fun today. Thank you for all the people who posted questions and helped discussing those. Much appreciated. And let me just think. There's some gaming content planned for the games channel, but I also have to think what I do lore-wise here for this channel and the other channel. I don't know yet. That's something I think about next week, I think. Or this week, the next days. But yeah, it should be, like I said, I feel better now, so can also pump out content again. And do things. Is there anything left to say? I always thought it was something I want to announce, but I think the biggest thing is definitely the Spotify thing, which is interesting, to be honest. So we have some alternative platforms to kind of use. Because sometimes YouTube is also not that reliable when it comes to performance and stuff like that. So having alternatives is always interesting, I have to admit. But yeah, thank you people for watching, and I would say see you next time. Goodbye, have a good night.